165 heavy, Minneapolis Tower, wind is calm, traffic holding in position, heavy Airbus, caution runway turbulence, runway 12 right, clear to land. Land 12 right, so 732, turn left, join Alpha, contact ground on point 9er. Yes, Alpha, ground, point 9. There you go. 377 amp power. We'll take off. Turn 105 for staying up hill. 12 right, Delta 160 heavy. Endeavor 5041 on the 120 heading, kind of departure. We'll see ya.
All right, everybody. Good afternoon here on this Saturday from MSP International Airports. As we are about ready and set to see Delta 160 get airborne for Amsterdam. We had a bit of a short start today just because we wanted to make sure we get the Queen of the Delta fleet headed off to the Netherlands.
Sunny 3, you want me to monitor tower 123.67? Copy that. Delta 8959, roger, wind is calm. Fly runway heading, runway 17, cleared for takeoff. Okay, with 4094 Minneapolis Tower, traffic about 3.5 out at Mike. Cross runway 12 right, taxi via whiskey.
And at Mike, crossing 12 right and joining whiskey for 17, sky is 4094.
Delta 160 heavy, once you're established on the 105 heading, contact departure. We'll see ya. Good day, we'll go Delta 160 heavy. And 732, metering frequency does not control the ramp there. Just 717, Minneapolis Tower, wind is variable at 3, runway 12 left, clear to left.
So if you're just joining us, welcome to Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport for live plane spotting on MSP Airport Live. Alex Redding with you today on an unusual Saturday broadcast of MSP Airport action from the viewing area.
Delta 2450, I got nobody behind you. You can just taxi.
So we're going to get back-to-back heavies to start our show here today on this Saturday. So we got 160 heavy right as we came to the live picture.
Sunny 3, Minneapolis Tower at Kilo 3, cross runway 17, Lima, cross runway 22 to West Cargo, monitor ground, point 9er.
All right, and how about some instant replay time here coming in on the south parallel runway.
165 heavy.
165 heavy from Amsterdam Schiphol International Airports.
Delta 8959, turn right, heading 215, contact departure.
So a nice smooth touchdown
turn left heading
from Delta 165 as we'll take a look. A little bit of a floater touchdown near the intersection of runway 422 and runway 12 right.
Yeah, I might have put the wrong call sign. Yeah, Scout 4094, winds 190 F3. Turn left heading 120, runway 17, cleared for takeoff.
So I want to welcome everyone into our live show today. Also, apologies for the extrapolated start. We had issues with, I think, one of our cables providing power to our secondary camera, and then felt some raindrops and thought, oh dear.
Wind is calm, runway 12 left.
Is it going to be that kind of a day? And I think it might end up being that kind of a day because I'm looking at our weather radar and off to our southwest. See where the weather is right now. But it certainly looks to be moving in our direction. We have some rain showers that could be making their way through the Twin Cities metro area within the next couple of hours. So I wanted to be absolutely set in place and ready for that because I do not want to start rushing around and frantically throwing rain gear on the equipment. So we are more than equipped to deal with inclement weather out here at the viewing area. Now, setting up in this kind of weather is incredibly difficult.
Scaz 4094, flighting 120, contact departure.
So there is Delta 165 Heavy.
2415, just for my planning about how long until you're ready, they are switching the airport around to a 30s and 17 configuration here in, I don't know, under 10 minutes it looks like.
Oh, wow, okay. So you heard it here first, so we're going to start with a couple of good landings on the 12s. And we are now going to flip the airport around here in just a little bit. Okay.
I think it was November 134 Alpha Minneapolis Tower, Roger, squawk 0346, and ident, please.
All right, so there's Delta 165.
Down, November 134 Alpha, radar contact.
From Amsterdam, they are going into their assigned gate over at Concourse G on the south side of Terminal 1.
377, flighting 105, connect departure.
Now, the other thing I'm going to point out here, too, it is extremely quiet today. Now, it wasn't like that maybe a couple of hours earlier. It was just packed.
Winds variable at 3, turn left, heading 105, runway 12 left, cleared for takeoff.
So it was absolutely packed earlier. Jaden, yes, and our thoughts and prayers are with the folks affected up near Crystal Airport with the accident that happened earlier today. Gordon, you're absolutely correct. Yes. I think the big thing is just setting up in the rain can be a challenge. I mean, certainly we can be out here and we can have rain come across the field. That's not a problem. But we will just have to see what comes our way today. So we already got 160 Heavy departing and 165 arriving. So we also are expecting the arrival of Delta 170 Heavy tonight. I think 501 Delta November, the very first A350 registered in the U.S., is leading that service tonight. So also, as you may have heard on frequency,
240 at 3, runway 12 left, clear 2 left.
MSP is going to be switching operations here in just a moment. So we're going to flip the airport around from the 12s and into the 30s. So there you go. There's your announcement. So the airport will be flipped around in a little bit.
The 2415 on the 105 heading, connect departure, we'll see ya.
So how are we doing today on this Saturday? Great to see everybody tune in. So Melody says hello, everyone. Hey, Melody.
Hotel departure, uniform altimeter 3001.
Trevor also says good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon and happy Saturday, Trevor. So great to have you with us. Also, Daniel Kep, so great to see you today as well, my friend, on this Saturday. How are we doing? How's our weekend going? Michael Thomas, so great to see you today. Michael, happy Saturday. Also, Matty Urich, so great to see you today, too. Happy Saturday. I'll echo that right back at you. And Jaden saying hello, hello. Hi, Jaden. So great that you could be with us today. Airbus Ace, thanks for tuning in. So great to see you today. Says, hello, everyone. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday to you. Also, J-Ro extending us greetings. Hello, everybody. Hi, J-Ro. So great to see you today. Also, big hello to Gordon Wald. Says, good afternoon, Plane Posse. Good afternoon to you today, Gordon, as well. Delta Aviator 777, good afternoon. Hello to you as well. And Michael Thomas says, hello from Rochester, Minnesota. Happy spring, I know. So great. Lee Harris from Bloomington saying good afternoon, Alex, crew, and chat. Good afternoon, Lee. Good afternoon, Brian. Happy Saturday. So great to see you. It was a lot of fun catching your arrival, I think, on the last show. So, yeah, let us know when you are going to be in or out of MSP. And that goes for all of our live audience. Cushing-ish says hello from Dinkytown, University of Minnesota.
Tower, sorry, Minneapolis ground. 1017, taxi via, actually.
So, good afternoon to you, Cushing-ish.
From the airport around, it'll be runway 30 left. Runway 30 left, taxi via Whiskey.
Matt saying good afternoon from the Motor City, Detroit. All right, got some DTW representation in the house. Awesome. Well, happy Saturday to you. I wish there was a good bona fide spot to do a live show out at Detroit Airport, because there are some interesting flights that go in and out of DTW. I mean, there is I think it's called the Blue Deck or the Blue Porch at one of the parking ramps, but not seen anyone attempt a live show from Detroit. And I think it's just because of the airport's policy on spotting, probably.
Southwest.
And here is Delta arriving on the north side from Baltimore, Washington International with a 22300.
Okay, and they're running 17 southwest.
So there we go. So I'm going to zoom out a little bit, and I'm going to show you guys just kind of what we're missing. It looks like there might be some precipitation off to our immediate west. So indeed, the radar is indicating spotty showers off to our west. And also to our southwest, there is heavier bands of rain that are forming. So it's going to be one of those interesting days, I think, where we're going to just have to wait and see what the weather's going to do. It's been quite nice today, actually. I mean, it's been mild. I mean, there's practically been no wind. I know the last few shows, it's just been downright ferociously windy. I know the last broadcast we did on Wednesday earlier this week.
4134 Alpha Alpha. No,
I can just remember fighting the wind for half the show.
Service terminate. Free to change approved. We'll see ya.
And it's Brian live. When you were coming in on the north side, there was at least a 30-knot plus gust that was just hauling through here. So it flattened the adjustable screen on our production laptop. It got flattened. And it was moving some stuff around, too. I mean, it was coming in pretty big. And I had everything weighted down nice and heavy so that the cameras and the expensive stuff wasn't going to go taken off without the proper clearance. But, boy, I mean, there were a couple times where I almost got nudged a little bit too far off balance on my ladder. And as you can probably tell here, right in front of where the broadcast is set up. So we have these protective fences that keep the airport and the secure areas safe.
Super 6 Heavy, Minneapolis gunner position, DS Sierra. Charlie.
But in order to get a clear view over, we have to get a lot of
Whiskey.
height
Whiskey
on
3.
the cameras. In
Whiskey
fact, the
3.
camera that you're looking at right now
30 left.
is on a 7.5 foot, near 8
Charlie.
foot tall tripod.
Whiskey 3. Whiskey 3, hold short of runway 30 left. Super 6 heavy.
So it just sounded like they
Delta 2983,
They
Minneapolis
flipped
runway
the
30
airport
left,
around.
And the wind is calm, traffic departing, maybe a Gulfstream.
So I think we could safely say now
963 uniform, Minneapolis Tower, yellow set.
we have
963 uniform,
an
flyer
airport
runway heading,
change.
runway 30 left, clear for takeoff. The traffic 5 mile final.
So we have a runway change in effect now. So we have officially flipped the airport ops around from the 12s to the 30s. And I've said this many times, and by the way, we don't have a booth cam just because the type of camera that we use for our booth is not necessarily weather sealed. So I put it away as a precautionary measure just to make sure that, you know, in the event that we get just drenched out here, it's not going to
Southwest 100, runway
fall victim to the elements.
217, taxi via Delta.
But anyways, as I was
Kilo
saying, in
cross
regard to the airport
Delta,
swaps
Kilo cross to
midway through our shows, they're kind of fun, actually.
Uniform to Ryan 360, contact departure. 10360, or right 10360 over departure 6 uniform.
So there we go. We got a closer look at the occupant of gate Fox 12. It's an A330-300. It's an ex-Northwest A330-300, and I can tell because all of the Delta A330-300s on the roster that are former Northwest have the Pratt & Whitney PW4000 series engines, which is what the number one engine we're looking at on the left side of the aircraft is. So they're a little bit larger than the GE CF680s. They also have a blunt exhaust cone out the back of the engine. The CF680s from General Electric are the opposite of that. They're quite elongated. They have a spiked back to them. All right, here's our first arrival on 30 left of the show. And our arrival about to touch down just as Delta Maintenance is bringing this 330-900 Neo over from Tech Ops. Let's check the registration on it. So we got November 429er Delta X-Ray.
South point 93, turn right, catch ground point 9er.
Right, and ground, south point 93.
Super 6 Heavy, monitor tower on 126.7.
So this Airbus A220 is coming in from Reagan National, out at our nation's capital in Washington, D.C. Now we're going to be seeing
Ground up 2980.
quite a bit more A220 operations as the 717 operations have been significantly scaled back from MSP as Delta now begins the slow, unceremonious retirement of that type. And so thankfully, I was fortunate enough to have a ride on a 717 twice.
No.
And absolutely loved it.
Turn left on
Are there
Delta.
still going to be
Delta.
routes with the 717 in and out of MSP? The answer, of course, is yes. But the
Turn 30 left,
A220s
clear to land, wing calm.
will be carrying the torch from now on the majority of 717 routes that particular aircraft, the 717, was scheduled on out of MSP.
2249 mass ground push is approved, runway 30 right. Okay, cockpit now. We can not break, we are clear to push, so we're going to 30 right.
So everybody, we are less than 2 weeks away from our LAX expedition. And I wanted to ask our audience, who is excited for LA? It's going to be here faster than I think we all are going to realize. And we also want to extend a large thank you to our friends Peter and Josh from LA Flights Live for being such incredible hosts. So the aircraft, kind of jumping back to the A330-900 that we saw under tow from just earlier. So that aircraft, as a matter of fact, is going to be departing later tonight. Delta 164 Heavy, estimated departure time of 9:40 Central Daylight Time. So that aircraft is being taken over to the terminal so it can get ready for its voyage to Amsterdam later tonight. And then it will head from Amsterdam on the 26th of April from AMS to Seattle. So that is the current outlook for that particular airframe. Meanwhile, United 2298 is coming in from Chicago O'Hare.
For Delta 2249, kind of laid up a notice. If you guys do want 30 left, just let me know. We should be able to get it for you. Either one, you guys can still have the right. Just let you know it's available. Okay. Super 6 to Whiskey 3, cross runway 30 left, turn right on Alpha, turn left at Alpha 2 to the base.
And Whiskey 3, cross runway 30 left, turn right on Alpha. Left on Whiskey at Alpha 3, Super 6 heavy.
Delta 2600, flighting 180, runway 17 clear for takeoff. And 2298, turn right, cut to ground point enter.
Turn right and ground point 9 or United 2298.
All right, 2298. Bringing us to 737 MAX 9 from Chicago O'Hare.
United 2298 is off of 30 left on Charlie.
So it's the busiest airport in the world in terms of airplane movements. As far as passengers go, though, Atlanta Hartsfield Jackson outranks Chicago quite considerably when it comes to what is counted and what is not.
Sun Country 1617, Minneapolis ground, your pushback is approved.
So if you're new here to MSP Plane Spotting, the Twin Cities is a Delta stronghold. So we are a fortress hub for Delta Airlines, and before that we were the home base for Northwest Airlines.
Bravo, Delta, and Papa. 4236, runway 30 right, clear to land, the wind is calm.
So there's a lot of tributary stuff that we like to mention during the broadcast as it relates to the old or ex-Northwest equipment that Delta still currently has in the fleet.
Contact departure.
And we're actually going to, speaking of, we're going to jump to one of those ex-Northwest Airlines aircraft right now, sitting over there at gate Fox 12. This is an ex-Northwest A330-300. Going to try and see what aircraft are on the ground as of right now. So I'm going to try and see which aircraft that is. It's kind of hard for me to see on the small screen that I have to look at it through in order to tell what the registration is. I think it's 811. November Whiskey. So I'm trying to look up the registration of the airframe that's over there because I'm also curious to see where it is going to be headed out to from the F concourse tonight. Yep, it looks like 811. So 811 November Whiskey was the 12th A330-300 delivered to Northwest Airlines in the early 2000s. So 811 November Whiskey, it's actually going to be headed out to Dublin. So Delta 258 Heavy is going to be the call sign for that service.
Sun Country 1617, runway 17, taxi via Delta Sierra Kilo, cross runway 4.
So their scheduled departure out of the Twin Cities is 6:25 p.m. tonight. So in about a couple of hours, this aircraft will be departing on the live show as it gets ready to head over to Ireland. So a little bit about the Northwest A330s. I read a fantastic article published by Scott Norris from the Northwest Airlines History Center within the last few days about the Northwest's decision to purchase the A330s, which, believe it or not, Northwest actually had initially in the late 80s. They had the A330 and the A340 on the books. But due to the Gulf War breaking out, they actually abandoned that plan or postponed it. They went to Airbus in the early 2000s and were able to put in some orders for the 330, 300, and 11 A330-200s.
Your pushback is approved. You can plan 30 right.
And they became an integral part of Northwest's long-haul fleet strategy from the early 2000s up until the merger with Delta in 2008. And Delta didn't originally want the A330s, but they quickly found out just how good the economics were and why Northwest had invested heavily in the type. So Delta, what they ended up doing was, after the merger, they ordered more. So they actually ordered, I think, a heavier version of the 330. But these aircraft, so the top-up order that was placed by Delta following the merger with Northwest, these aircraft are distinct because they were equipped with the GE CF680 engine choice, as opposed to Northwest's option of selecting the Pratt & Whitney version, or the Pratt & Whitney PW4000 type of engines for the A330. So the 757s and the A330s were actually the replacement plan for the aging 747-200s and DC-10s
Charlie 2,
in Northwest's fleet. In fact, fun fact about the Northwest DC-10s is that Northwest ran them in regular service until 2007. I think they were the final American carrier, or the final mainline American airline to retire flying the DC-10 entirely from passenger service. And the final DC-10 flight that was made for Northwest, it departed where else but other than here, actually. And I want to say that the final flights for Northwest's DC-10 service was right around here at Concourse G. So where some of these Delta wide bodies are hanging out at right now was where that final DC-10 flight departed, according to some of the pictures that I saw that were from that historic occasion. So from the article that was written by Scott Norris over at the Northwest Airlines History Center and his research into the A330s that Northwest purchased. So the article says, quote, Northwest's 1970s vintage DC-1040s were serving domestic and Atlantic missions and were ripe for replacement, as were the early 747-100s, even some of the 200s. Airbus secured an order in April of 1987 for 20 of their 4-engine wide-body 340s to start delivery in 1993, with an option for 10 of those to be the 2-engine A330s. In fact, Northwest was to be the North American launch customer for the A330. In February 1989, the A330 order was firmed, with delivery scheduled for 1994. And that would be that little section from the article there on the Northwest Airlines History Center website. There's a lot of information about Northwest Airlines history that you can go check out right now, northwestairlineshistory.org.
1617, contact departure. Delta 2770.
And so, due to the Gulf War and other conflicts at that time, so the article would also go on to explain why the order was eventually canceled and then was put back on the books. Looks like somebody went missed here.
Delta 2770, when you're able, climb, maintain 6,000 and just unstable approach.
Hey, perfect. Delta 2770, 6,000 now.
Figure 3681, runway 17, taxi via Charlie 5. Actually, taxi via Delta. Delta holds short, up, runway 30 left.
Well, that was something I did not have on my bingo card, and as we were kind of talking about
The 1028, runway 17, taxi via
the
Alpha,
History
Alpha
Center
5,
and
short. Actually, you know what? We're gonna have to wait for that heavy to move.
kind of the
So
background
just join
behind the
taxiway Alpha, and then hold your
A330s that
position there.
Northwest ordered. We had a go-around. Some of you were probably like, Alex, there's a go-around!
Charlie 5, Charlie. Hold short, runway 30 left.
Charlie 30 left. Air 36.
All right, we got some C-130 action here on the north side. AJ Ryder and Pensy Plane, so great to see you today. Also, big thanks to our co-host RJ Bean for helping out in the live chat with moderation duties today. Hi, RJ. Happy Saturday. So we'll have RJ on the show next week.
3681, good day.
Delta 1028, taxi via Alpha Alpha 5, hold short, runway 30 left.
Delta Alpha 5, short 30 left. Delta
So speaking of next week, I just want to let everybody know.
Tower 126.7, good day.
So I had some things come up in my schedule on Monday. And because of that, unfortunately, there will not be a live show on Monday. However,
4266.
Tuesday is when we will be moving the show to. So we're actually going to be doing back-to-back shows on Tuesday and Wednesday next week. So make sure you set reminders as we'll be live from back here on Tuesday and Wednesday next week.
2379, runway 30 left, clear to land, the wind is
And we're also going to probably try and shoot for a Friday show on top of that.
Brickyard 3681, traffic's on a 2 mile final at at Charlie. Cross from me 30 left, taxi via Whiskey and cross from me 4.
So I think that was the A330 Neo that was being moved over from Delta Tech Ops. We caught a glimpse of earlier. That's going to be in command of Delta 164 Heavy tonight.
Cross from me 4 on Whiskey.
There we go. We got a nice 2-for-1. You got the 330 on the left. You got the E175 LR on the right. So this Embraer is actually headed off to the west side of the field.
3040 Minneapolis, Airlines, 30 left, clear to land, the window south.
It's Brian live, I agree. I think that Delta would be really well served by commemorating the history of Northwest Airlines with an A350 in either the bowling shoe livery, which is my preference, or they could also do the silver livery, which was the final iteration of the Northwest Airlines look before the merger. So it would have been that pre-merger look. I like the silver livery. I like the bowling shoe and the silver livery. Those are, without question, my two favorites. And I have a soft spot for both of them, and, you know, it's understandable because when I was growing up, I lived in Bloomington, which is just across the way. It's actually one of the suburbs that borders the airport here in the Twin Cities. And I would see those bowling shoe or silver liveries all the time. And I was into aviation at a pretty young age. So I grew up seeing those liveries and was pretty sad when Delta took over and all of those fantastic red tails were all gone. But I'm also, at the same time, incredibly happy that we're a Delta hub here in the Twin Cities because Delta, this airline will take care of you if something goes astray. And I've flown other carriers to say that I speak from experience on this and have close friends that travel a lot that can attest to this as well. But Delta, they do go the extra mile for the customer, and they call it the Delta difference for a reason.
2392, runway 30 left, clear to land, the wind is variable 3. We got 3681, flighting 180, runway 17, clear for takeoff, wind 0403.
Here's American Airlines from the Metroplex, coming in from Dallas, Fort Worth.
2379, turn right, cut the ground point under.
Right, ground point 9, American 2279.
So it looks like our flight from Dallas decided to take the longer landing roll after touchdown and exit Alpha 8. So they're going to go over to Concourse E, which is on the more northern end of Terminal 1. So American, they're located right at the end of E gates. So United has the side gates. Also tucked in there in the alley, you have Aer Lingus, so they have a gate at Concourse E, as well as Air Canada or Jazz Aviation, which is their regional partner. I think they fly from Montreal as well as Toronto. I know that they fly pretty regularly from YYZ. Alaska is also located there too, in the alley at Concourse E. Or they may have shifted it around. Who knows? But I know for a fact that Alaska is over there. And Alaska Airlines, they're starting to operate with a little extra capacity to MSP. So they operate their usual nonstops from here to Seattle. But also from here to Portland, they've been utilizing the MAX 9 or the 900 versions of the 737. So it's been great to see Alaska upgrading capacity on its nonstop services from the Pacific Northwest to the North Star State. And, you know, Alaska's a really good mainline carrier, too, based here in the U.S. You know, Delta and Alaska are held in pretty high regard around here, especially Alaska's first class. And I know that a few of our viewers have commented on it in the past about just how good Alaska is, and especially their first class product. That's an airline on my aviator's bucket list that I want to go fly on one of these days. So I seriously want to check out Alaska. Who here, by the way, who's watching, who's flown Alaska? I'm curious. And what do we think? What do we think?
The American taxi via Alpha to your gate. Okay, Alpha the gate after American Delta 2574.
Also got quite a few tails in the foreground over there at Signature. It's the private terminal here at MSP where a lot of the biz jets go in and out of. NHL, NBA, and Major League Baseball charters also will utilize the private terminal here at MSP, Signature Aviation. I've met quite a few people from Signature over here at MSP, and it's easy to see why a lot of the sports charters, they prefer to be taken care of by Signature. I mean, it's such a great group here in the Twin Cities. So big shout out to the folks that work over at Signature. They do a great job here, just from what I've heard all around, and got the opportunity to meet some of them as well. They really know what they're doing. So also over at Signature, kind of while we're on the subject, the Medtronic Corporation, they have a Gulfstream that's parked over there. Target Corporation, so Target chain of retail stores, they have their own fleet of Gulfstream jets that are just so well maintained.
Runway 4, Papa. Alpha, runway 4, Papa, Delta 2392.
All right, Steve Lundenby throwing up the red tails there for that ex-Northwest A320 that just came in. Happy Saturday, Steve. Great to see you today. And also great to have you on board with us as well, as usual.
Delta maintenance, 34, 30 heavy, main ground, push approved. Push approved, Delta maintenance, 34, 30 heavy. Skywest 3946.
It's now arriving on the South Parallel. Second attempt successful for Flight 2770 out of Sarasota Bradenton International Airport in Florida. So this was the aircraft that was on the missed approach earlier. I think that they had reported to ATC that they were unstable. So they were incredibly stable on that attempt. on their second time in. Boy, I'll tell you what, that had to be one of the smoothest touchdowns of the day, so well done for Delta 2770. Boy, and our show has just gotten off to a raucous start. I mean, we had right away, I mean, we didn't even have time to get into our usual broadcast intro because Delta 160, they were hustling out of here. And we also had to turn around and get the arrival of Delta 165, so we had back-to-back heavies right away to start the program. And then we just had the go-around earlier from Delta 2770, which is this flight here that has successfully touched down and quite rather smoothly on their second attempt. So this is a 3-year-old Airbus A220-300.
Join Papa behind the Delta bus that's turning hotel.
So the registration November 317 Delta uniform.
American 2379 reference the.
So it has 134 seats.
CRJ.
So SRQ, which is the airport code for Sarasota Bradenton, I've actually been to SRQ once. It's actually a nice little airport, which services the Sarasota and Bradenton area. And it's really convenient for the folks that live down there, because I think it's around maybe a 30 to 40 minute drive from the Sarasota Bradenton area to get to TPA or Tampa International, which is just north of there, along the Gulf Coast. Oh my goodness, look at the sweetness. The touchdown from Delta 2206 arriving with the 757-300. How smooth was that? It's also time to get those red tails up, everybody. It's an X-Northwest 757-300. And speaking of the 757-300, so Logan, John, and I, when we take the channel out to do some live spotting in Los Angeles, less than 2 weeks from now, our return trip to the Twin Cities will actually be on board this aircraft, the 757-300, if the schedule holds. I'm hoping that that's the case. I think that somebody got a little bit too close to our microphone. We'll fix that since that could be a little distracting.
30 right.
Cruise 30 right.
I'm getting going to do it.
Apple, good evening, UPS 5568 Heavy on the visual approach, runway 30. UPS 5568 Heavy, Minneapolis Tower, runway 30 left, clear to land, wind calm.
Well, I'll tell you, for a Saturday, it's been quite busy out here, actually.
UPS 5568 Heavy.
UPS 5568 Heavy. The 767 from Louisville tonight. So midweek, Tuesday through Thursday. I was trying to remember what days that 2568 goes into MSP from Louisville. So it's Tuesday through Thursday. So that's usually either a 767 or a 747. Last week we got all 3 different types of 747s that UPS has on the roster within 3 consecutive days. So on Tuesday we got the 747-400 freighter. That went on Taxiway Mike. On Wednesday, when we were live, we got the 747 Boeing converted freighter. So that was a 747 that had a first life as a passenger jet with the extended upper deck, but along the way was converted to freight.
Delta maintenance 3430 heavy. Give way to
then we got the 747-8 freighter on Thursday.
Give way to traffic, Alpha 5, hold short of 30
So this week it's a little bit slower. They sent the 767 on Wednesday. I think a 747 yesterday and a 767 again today.
Over to 126.7, Delta maintenance, 34 and 37.
Oh, yeah, we go.
Marcus Ice, 5400, so great to see you today. Says, I guess we're viewing 30 left and right today. Yes. Now, we started the show off with 12 ops. So we had the departure of Delta 160 Heavy to AMS with the 330, or the 350 900, beg your pardon. So we had the departure with the A350 right away. Had to quickly get set up for that, by the way.
Minneapolis Tower, runway 30 left, clear to land, the wind is calm.
All right, here is UPS coming in from Louisville, Kentucky. 5568 Heavy.
I got 2272, ready to taxi. Yeah, 2272, runway 30 right, taxi via Papa. 30 right, via Papa, United 20. Cross 30 left, and Alpha 5,
Just 5568 Heavy, turn left, taxi to via Yankee Tango to Park, and you can just monitor point on her.
Yankee Tango to Park, and we'll monitor 121.9, UPS 5568 Heavy. Thanks so much.
Now, that is what you call a full send, Gordon Wold. You are absolutely 100% correct. They used pretty much the entire 10,000-foot stretch of pavement as they came in from Louisville. 5568 Heavy will taxi to the ramp now that it has exited off the south parallel. So going back to the question that I asked earlier about, has anyone been on Alaska Airlines? Airbus Ace says Alaska is the best. Friendly service, on time or early performance, and decent fares for most routes. Just wish they had an Airbus fleet. I know they used to a while ago, and that was actually from their acquisition of Virgin America, if anyone remembers that.
Encore 3817, runway 30 right, taxi via Bravo, Delta, Papa.
Bravo, Delta, Papa, Encore 2262 Minneapolis Tower, runway 30 left, clear to land, the wind is calm.
0 left, clear to land, Delta 22. 30 Minneapolis, contact the Park via Papa.
So here is Delta maintenance. And this A330-900EO does not need any tug. So they are headed off to Tech Ops under their own power.
Right up Mike, Dr. Ground Point Hunter.
Mike point 9,
So this aircraft arrived earlier today from Amsterdam in charge of Delta 163 Heavy.
I'm going to have new Delta 269. Go on, Mike, go north. Delta 2696, maintenance ground taxi power via Mike Papa.
All right, WestJet Encore is ready to rock and roll back to Regina, Saskatchewan with the Bombardier -7 Q400.
2696, taxi via Mike Quebec, cross runway 4 now.
So they're going to go to the door side. We're going to check in on our next arrival. That is coming in from, well, I was going to say Chicago Midway, just because we have a lot of Chicago arrivals. This is actually from Baltimore Washington International, Southwest Flight 770.
Ground hello, Endeavor 4693, 22. 4693, maintenance contact depart via Papa, give way to the dash 8.
Okay, Papa depart, give way to dash 8, Denver.
The 770, turn left at Charlie and cut the ground point on her.
Okay, Charlie ground point 9, Southwest.
All right, Southwest bringing us the MAX 8 from Baltimore.
1343 Minneapolis Tower, runway 3 to the left, clear to land, wind is calm.
Clear for the visual, 30 last Southwest 77.
No aircraft information, Victor, current altimeter 2999er. Skywest 4169, wings ground, push approved on a 17. Denver 4693, I didn't catch your gate, push gate.
All right, here is Delta in the house with a 757-300 arriving from Las Vegas.
.2262, turn right, got the ground point at her.
Right turn, point 9, theater 2262.
So the 757-300 for Delta is one of 16 on the roster. It is an ex-Northwest Airlines aircraft. Northwest ordered what Delta would inherited of the type. All 16 Delta 757-300s are ex-Northwest Airlines. So in fact, Northwest's tried to go back to Boeing, rumor has it, in the mid-2000s. Just as production shut down to try and order more. They wanted to top up the 16 ships that they had to 20. And Boeing basically told Northwest, no. We shut down production. You're not getting any. Because the 717s around MSP are going to become more scarce, our 717 flights are going to be getting the notable tag.
2462 Minneapolis Tower, runway 30 left, clear to land, wind is calm.
So this one's arriving from Windsor Locks. That's the airport that you fly into if you're going to Hartford, Connecticut. Airport code BDL. All right, who wants some more 757 action? Here is Delta 1343 from Fort Myers, Southwest Florida International.
32 on Quebec, crossing 422.
Wait, coming in. One coming in.
1343, turn right, contact ground point under.
Turn right, ground point 9, today, Delta 1343.
Good, ready 169, runway 17, taxi via. Go. Quebec, Mike, crossway 4, hold short, runway 30 left.
All right. And, of course, the exit on Alpha 8. Hey, Salt Lake City flight. So great to see you today. Happy Saturday. We're doing one of those unusual Saturday shows on the channel. I typically avoid Saturdays because, well, A, there's a ton of other people doing it. Saturdays are, depending on what week it is, they can typically tend to be on the slower side, but also sometimes I got things going on Saturdays where it doesn't really work out for the channel, but today was a rare exception. So, Salt Lake City flight says, hello Alex, at MSP Airport Live. I was at the airport in Salt Lake and a Delta CRJ 700 flew right over my head. All right. Get that up close experience. So actually, if you go down to the trailhead that leads into the Fort Snelling State Park, which is perfect if they're in the configuration that they're in right now as far as the traffic flow is concerned with a north flow. So you will get arrivals that will fly by pretty close to you at extremely low altitude. So you can park down at the office and walk up the trail. Do not park along the road. You can get some really cool flyby pictures and videos from that location. Now, is it somewhere we're going to take the channel? Probably not. So because our amazing MSP Airport Live fans, for those of you that tuned in on this Saturday, are watching us right now, you guys are going to be treated to something special. So we have a little teaser trailer that we're going to be showing on the broadcast today. So I'm excited to give you guys the sneak peek preview of what's going to be happening in less than 2 weeks from now. MSP Live will be on the ground in Los Angeles doing some live plane spotting. We are pumped to be working with our friends LA Flights Live. Big thanks to Peter and Josh for the invitation to go work with them, and as well as for being amazing tour guides. They're going to show us around. I've never been to LA before. Our assistant producer Logan Justice and our co-host John Joseph, they've been to LA many times. I have not, though.
Can we get Levi?
So we got an X Northwest A320
What?
that's now exiting onto, I think it's taxiway Charlie. All right, so there goes our Dash 8 Q400 off to Regina, Saskatchewan for WestJet Encore departing the north parallel, runway 30 right. Dream Spinner 3MN, great to see you today. Yeah, my heart broke this morning with the unfortunate news up at the Crystal Airport that there was a pretty bad aviation accident that occurred right after rotation for an aircraft that unfortunately crashed not long after getting airborne. So our thoughts as a channel, as myself, so we extend our thoughts and prayers out to the folks that are impacted by that and all who are affected by it, because that was just horrible news to wake up to this morning.
Forget about it.
Skywest 4169, Monitor Tower 126.7. 267, Skywest 4169.
Ben Churchill, so great to see you today, Ben. Happy Saturday. It's not often that I break out and do a Saturday show, but I think that the situation this week lined up to the point where we actually... I was going to do it yesterday. Here was the problem. Yesterday, there was a lot of weird stuff going on. So I had another maintenance thing with my vehicle. I had to do that, plus coupled with work and something else. So it just made it tricky to try and do it yesterday. Now, I know that a lot of you were kind of counting on a Friday show yesterday, but based on how things shook down, it did not pan out as I had expected. But, of course, today, on Saturday, it's nice and chill out here at the airfield. I mean, practically no wind, and I kind of want to break from all of that ferocious wind. Although it did make for a pretty entertaining show on Wednesday, I will not lie. It really gave us a good front row seat to all the pilot skill on display, which was a lot of fun. All right, so here is our next arrival.
Look, one's coming that way. Why is one coming that way? Ready to take off?
So this SkyWest flight is coming in from Kansas City, Missouri. So it's flight 3544.
What's that? What is that?
Looks like somebody found one of our live sound microphones.
Is that?
So we have a really amazing sound system that we want to bring you every single time that we're out here. So the mics that we have are super sensitive. And the reason that they're like that is we want to try and give you the best experience on the audio side of things possible as if you're here with us doing the spotting.
Minneapolis Tower, Delta 2877, visual 30 left.
2877, runway 30 left, clear to land. The wind is 240, correction, 0403. 30
left, clear to land, Delta 2877.
It's quite the long roll from this SkyWest arrival out of Kansas City, Missouri. I don't know, did we get a wave? Kind of felt like we got a wave there for a second. I don't know, maybe it's just me. I hope I'm not seeing things today.
Hold taxiway back from it.
Alright, we'll pull up, Skywest 4169.
All right, our next arrival, Sun Country 422, coming in from Los Angeles. Now, speaking of our LAX trip, I was initially going to go out on Sun Country, but within the week that my assistant producer Logan Justice and I were looking at booking the airfare, there was a change in pricing that came up that actually put Delta ahead in pricing above Sun Country because we crunched the math. And then, of course, we figured out that we could take John with us as well on Delta. So that sort of changed up the equation for the better. So we went with Delta instead. And of course, I'm not going to turn down the opportunity to travel on the A321neo or the 757-300, which I've not been on either of those aircraft types before. So I want to get my flyer credits on both of those. Steve, thanks for the confirmation. No wave.
44. Good place to the Embraer rolling out at the exit at the runway.
It has happened before. So. Jeff and Mass 1, so great to have you on board today. Happy Saturday to you from MSP. Hope your weekend is off to a great start. Jeff and Mass 1 says hello from Boston. All right. It's another airport that Delta has a strong presence at, too, is Boston Logan International. All right, our next arrival is Delta 2877. They are coming in from Denver, Colorado. Well, I'll tell you what, today for Saturday has actually been a little bit on the busier side. I think today's a little bit busier than what I typically recall for most Saturdays out at MSP. Or maybe it's just been a while since I've spotted on a Saturday. It's probably that. I'm willing to bet that it's just been a while.
Turn right, got the ground point under.
Right turn, ground point 9, Delta 2877.
Fighting 180, rolling 17 clear for takeoff, wind 0606.
Ground Delta 2877, we're on Alpha for Fox 5.
Delta 2877, we have ground Texas parking via Alpha Delta, cross runway 4.
Alpha Delta, cross runway 4, Delta 2877.
J-Ro Rita Rodriguez is hello from Arlington, Texas. Hey, J-Ro, so great to see you today. Arlington, Texas. Makes me think of Six Flags over Texas. I love my roller coasters. I love amusement parks. It's not often that I get to them, but that's just because Valley Fair here in Minnesota is not what you would consider an A-tier amusement park, but you know, certainly there's some A-tier attractions. We have a couple decent coasters here at our local metro amusement park. So the big one that's in the park is called Wild Thing. It's a 200-plus foot tall hypercoaster built by D.H. Morgan Manufacturing in the 1990s. So that's a really smooth ride. It's a good starter big coaster if you're just getting into the larger sized coasters. You want to kind of step up to that experience. It's a good starter coaster. Then, of course, there's Renegade. So Great Coasters International built that, I think, in 2008. So it technically is the newest roller coaster in that park. Or the newest A-tier attraction in that park. It's a lot of fun. It has a lot of high-speed twists and turns, and it's a really fun ride, but it's starting to get a little rough. And most wooden roller coasters, like Renegade, will age and will roughen up just a little bit, even if you take good care of them. So it's not bad by any means, but certainly would like to maybe take a few rides on it this summer.
The 2977 join.
2977, the ground Texas parking via runway 22, Quebec.
Quebec, Delta 2977.
Thanks so much, Steve, for the encouragement and telling folks that if you haven't hit the like button yet, please do it. Helps the channel. Yes, it does. Absolutely. Thanks so much, Steve, for helping viewers in that direction. Something I'm not incredibly pushy about, but I mean, if you do like what you see, feel free to hit that like button. It only takes a couple seconds.
2528, runway 30 left, and land wind area 05.
And it always helps us out. So we appreciate everybody that's hit that like button today, or even that's just tuning in. Welcome. We're so excited to have you. So if you're new to MSP spotting, we have a pretty exciting airport to do plane spotting at, and partially the big reason, I would also say, is the proximity to the action. So despite the overcast conditions observed in the metro area here today, it's actually a pretty pleasant day outside. Temperature right now at MSP just into the upper 50s at 57 degrees Fahrenheit. And there is absolutely no wind.
Ground Delta 2483, we're off on runway 4 for Fox 1.
For the 2483, left ground, taxi departure via Alpha Delta.
Alpha Delta depart, Delta 2483.
All right, so after this next arrival, we're going to be celebrating a 5-month main cabin membership for Gordon.
Approved runway 30 right, point on taxi.
So thank you so much, Gordon, for becoming an MSP Airport Live member for 5 amazing months. Gordon is one of our star viewers. I mean, he's been here present and watching for the majority of our broadcasts and has been really engaged. And we always appreciate Gordon dropping in. So great to see you today, Gordon. I know that you're coming out here to the Twin Cities, I think, at some point later this summer, right?
Turn right, join Alpha, got a ground on point 9er.
Right, join Alpha, ground point 9, 2936.
Hey, Ricky Hernandez, 7902, says hi all from CHS Charleston, South Carolina. All right. Welcome on board, Ricky. So great to have you today with us. I love the state of South Carolina. I actually have family that lives in Greenville. Probably not around your neck of the woods, but South Carolina is a must-visit state, in my opinion.
Skyway 3686, Minneapolis ground, taxi to parking via Papa Cross runway 4. Get with the traffic if they exit at Charlie.
You park via Papa Cross 4, we'll give way if they get up on Charlie.
All right, so we're going to do a quick member shout-out here. We're just going to go to the wide shot of the arrivals down at the other end of our south parallel runway. So we got to celebrate Gordon's 5-month MSP Airport Live membership. Happy to support this quality production. It takes quality viewers, Gordon, and you're certainly one of them. I cannot appreciate your membership enough. Same with all of our members, but Gordon, thank you so much for staying on with us for 5 months in main cabin. That means a lot. And that, with the memberships, also brings me to a pretty important thing here. Because it's those memberships that, believe it or not, and just the viewership and the engagement that you guys have been so generously giving us over the last several months have made this LAX trip possible.
Delta 2528, me up ground, taxi
So
to parking
G-Man
via
asks, has MSP ever had an A380? There's been a few. There's been a few in MSP's history. And actually, there was one last year, as a matter of fact. So Ricky says, thank you. That's where we're originally from. GSP, that stands for Greensville Spartanburg Airport. There's a viewing area that's over at GSP, by the way, too.
2647 Minneapolis Tower, 120.
Also did want to point that out there where I had a second. I found that out, I want to say, maybe a week ago.
Ground
3455, runway 30 right taxi via Delta Papa, and pass behind a C-Series from the left on Quebec. 3455, traffic north factory taxi departing, correction, runway 30 right taxi via Delta Papa.
I see you right here, Delta Papa. Delta 673 on Mike for Delta 3.
Delta 673, me up ground taxi departing via Mike Papa, cross runway 4.
Mike Papa, cross
Yeah,
4,
Ricky,
Delta
that's
673,
exactly what I did. That's how I actually found out that it existed.
Delta 609, clear runway 30 right on runway
That being
30.
Greensville Spartanburg Airport's viewing area. You know, when I go and visit my brother, who actually is the family member that lives down there,
Charlie 6, Delta.
you betcha I'm going to be checking it out.
Delta.
They do get some interesting cargo ops, I think, from time to time. So I might have to slide down there if I'm ever in the area to get some footage for you guys. So I've been meaning to make a trip down there for a little while.
Delta 673, right turn Quebec to your gate, cross runway 4.
Quebec, cross 4 to the gate, Delta 673, good day.
So 2129, turn right at Mike, taxi towards the gate, on the ground on point 9er.
Mike, taxi towards the gate and contact on point 9 down to 2129. Papa going to gate Charlie 26.
3981, me up ground taxi departing via Papa, cross runway 4.
Papa cross 4, departing Delta 693. Hello, Delta 2129 is off at Mike, parking Golf 21.
Delta 2129, me up ground taxi departing via Alpha, cross runway 4.
Park clear cross 4, Delta 2129, good day.
Ricky Hernandez, yes, shrimp and grits. It actually sounds kind of good. I'm a huge fan of grits. Love barbecue as well. There's a place in Anderson, South Carolina that I just love for barbecue. That's Smokin' Pig. It's near Clemson University.
Denver 5020 Minneapolis Tower, winds calm, runway 30 left, clear 2 lines.
Runway 30 left.
Now, Smokin' Pig, as far as their grits are concerned, they're pretty good.
United 658, runway 17, taxi via Quebec, Mike, cross runway 4, hold short, runway 30 left.
170 is Quebec, Mike, cross 4, hold short, 30 left, United 658.
Endeavor 5238, me up ground taxi departing via Papa.
Parking via Papa Air, 38.
Delta 2647, Mike Alpha, Gate F, Foxtrot 8.
Delta 2647, Minneapolis ground, taxi to parking via Alpha, cross runway 4.
Alpha, cross runway 4, Delta 2647.
All right, let's go get our next arrival here. Ricky says 3 Pigs Barbecue. I'll have to check that out.
So 2981 Minneapolis Tower, one's column, runway 30 left, clear to left.
Daniel Martin also thanks for tuning in today. Says, I'm from Columbia, South Carolina. All right, so we have a couple folks in here from South Carolina. That's awesome.
Runway 4 is available if you want it. Delta 198, turn right when able, taxi towards your gate, contact ground on point 9er. Point 9 to Delta 198. The 198 on 22, we're going to Gold 10.
Delta 198, Minneapolis ground, taxi to parking via Alpha.
Alpha, Delta 198.
I think somebody hit their Airbus autopilot disconnect button in the background. That's what that chirping was. Or something on the flight director panel. So I actually have that sound effect loaded in here for the broadcast. So I'm going to play it for our live viewers. So that's on frequency what we're about to hear. Okay, Ricky, so it's Little Pigs Barbecue. Okay. Thanks for the correction.
United 658, your wheels to time to O'Hare is 34 to 36. Monitor tower 126.7.
South 3436, monitor tower 126.7.
So this is what the autopilot disconnect sounds like in an Airbus cockpit. Yep. Have that ready and loaded. So that's kind of what you were hearing in the background of that chatter, was that specific alert. And you know what? We'll go ahead and play it again here real quick.
Towards your gate, contact ground on point 9er.
Alright, so there's down point 9.
So that's the sound that the Airbus cockpit makes when you disengage the autopilot.
Minneapolis meter push approved
It's a little
runway.
alert.
17 and that point 9 taxi.
Got 5020, we're clear Astros on Alpha 6.
And 5020 Minneapolis ground, taxi parking via Charlie Papa.
Charlie Papa, 5020.
American 2379, go.
Yeah, what runway so we can expect from American 2379?
American 2379, you can expect runway 17.
Alright, thanks.
Down at Alpha 8, join Alpha, contact ground on point 9er. We'll see ya.
Alpha 8, Alpha point 9, Delta 2981.
United 658, Minneapolis Tower, Mike, cross runway 30 left, taxi to be a whiskey.
Mike, cross 30 left, taxi via Whiskey, United 658.
2-mile final, United 658.
About 658 Romeo.
Thank you.
Cross 24.
Cross or Delta 2981.
That's 2981, expedite out Delta is able.
Sun Country 3035, Victor ready check.
Country 3035, runway 17, taxi via Lima.
17 via Lima, Sun Country 3035.
All right, so I just actually got a treat from one of our live viewers out here spotting with us at the viewing area. And so
Minneapolis ground.
there's a store over at the mall.
Proceed via
It has some
Bravo,
Japanese products. Pocari Sweats. So it's a sort of like a vitamin water or a Japanese Gatorade. Just tried it. That stuff is actually really good. So imported from Japan. It's really cool. We'll tell you what. I was kind of in need of some hydration too, I think.
Delta, forget Charlie 6. Car 3974, Minneapolis ground taxi parking via Delta Papa. Delta Papa to the gate.
AJ says, thanks for a wonderful stream, Alex, but I need to step away. I'll catch up with you on the next offering. Thanks for taking some time to watch us today, AJ. We'll see you on the next one. And speaking of the next broadcast after today, so that is actually going to be on Tuesday this week, or next week.
Last calling on answer, say again. United 552, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 17.9, taxi.
Delta 2863 at Charlie, we're parking Charlie 13.
Delta 2863, Minneapolis ground, taxi parking via
There we
Papa.
go. We've got
Parking Delta 2863.
Concourse E in sight.
74, what was the case?
So we're looking at the end of Concourse E. That's where you go to if you're flying out on American Airlines or any one of their regional affiliates.
Why should I don't go here?
So stick around, everybody. Later on throughout the show, we're going to give you a sneak peek at what's to come in less than 2 weeks from now. So we are headed over to Los Angeles
The United Jet has 2 more
on
minutes before I
May
go. Y'all set to
5th.
go.
So on the night of May 5th, we are out of here for Southern California. And we're going to be broadcasting on the 6th through the 8th. So it's going to be really nice to finally enjoy Southern California for the first time on the channel.
Doug 6, Minneapolis Tower, Delta 3, cross runway 30 left, heading via Whiskey Charlie to south base, monitor ground on point 9er. Turn right, runway 4 is available, taxi towards your gate, kind of ground on point 9er.
Right, runway 4, for our gate 9.9, ground on point 9.
All right, thanks so much, Airbus Ace, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate you, buddy. Says that Airbus autopilot disconnect sound is music to my ears. It is to mine as well. I love Airbus.
Minneapolis Tower, wind is 130 at 4, 830
So he
west.
says,
Clear
thanks
to left.
again for another great stream. You bet.
United 658, fly runway heading, runway 17. Clear for
Woke up this
takeoff.
morning and was like, you know what? Not really doing a whole lot today. Now, apologies if I gave the indication that we were going to go live yesterday. And again, as I said, there were a bunch of things that came up later in the afternoon that pretty much put the kibosh on it. But today, we've had some pretty decent weather for the most part. I mean, despite the fact that it's overcast, it's actually a pretty nice day outside. Mid-50s, no wind. Who is that on final approach? I think I know who this is. Could be one of our big Delta Heavies here. Optimistic Mountain Landscape, so great to see you today. Says when or where at LAX you're going to broadcast from. So here's the tentative plan, and there was a big production planning meeting that I had with the rest of the team of AvGeeks that produce MSP Live. So here's what we concluded. So we will not be checking out Westchester. So that's the north side of LAX by the Westchester Bridge. And if you are familiar with LAX spotting, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. But we'll be at Economy. We'll be at, of course, Clutter's Park. I mean, come on. You cannot go to LAX and not go to Clutter's Park. You'd have to be nuts to do that. I mean, we're a little nuts around here, but we're not going to skip Clutter's Park or Imperial Hill. I mean, we're going to be checking out the most famous plane spotting area at LAX.
30 at 4, runway 30 right, clear to left.
Well, I guess it's probably that or the In-N-Out. We will not be live from In-N-Out just because
United 552, monitor tower 126.7.
Because it's a relatively busy area, and there's not a whole lot to get from that particular location. I mean, the stuff that we would have to pick from would be extremely limited.
Kilo 3, hold short, runway 17.
And we actually had a hovering boat towards Sunny 3.
73, proceed via Delta Charlie.
Delta Charlie, Sunny 3.
All right, now arriving from Seoul Incheon, Delta 170 Heavy,
From Charlie 12, proceed
the Airbus A350-900.
Bravo. 2622, join Quebec to your gate.
Shuttle 170 Heavy, turn right, join Alpha, cross runway 22, contact ground on point 9er.
Right on Alpha, clear to cross 22 and ground point 9 on the other side, Delta 170.
Delta 8161 Minneapolis Tower, caution weight turbulence, previous travel heavy Airbus, winds 160 at 4, runway 30 left, clear to left.
Supercharger 8, I'm in the taxi. Continue via Quebec Charlie Alpha.
Optimistic Mountain Landscape says Imperial Hill and the parking garage are great areas to plane spot. Peter and Josh know LAX like the back of their hand. They absolutely do. And we are incredibly thankful that they have offered to work with us, and we're excited to work with them probably just as much as they are. So I was talking to Peter the other day, and boy, he's excited to have us come out to do some spotting there. Josh is also excited too. I think Josh is live today from LAX, I want to say. It's been nice seeing Josh back on their shows. I know that he had some personal things that he had to step away and take care of, but it's so great to see him back. It's been a little while since we've seen him on their live shows, so we very much appreciate Josh and Peter willing to give us the LAX tour, the experience. We got to go to Randy's Donuts, and that's something where we'll try and do maybe before our first day of broadcasting. And yes, we will be splurging on In-N-Out. It's not an LAX spotting trip if you don't grab some In-N-Out, too. I'm a huge fan of In-N-Out. I've had it before a couple of times in Vegas. Now, when you go to In-N-Out, you got to get the double-double. I think that's the best one. And you have to get the extra crispy fries. The extra crispy fries are just amazing. The regular fries, I don't know if it's something to write home about too much. I mean, certainly you got that fresh potato taste. But there's something about those extra crispy fries that just really hit the spot. And yes, I know they do milkshakes as well. I have not had a milkshake from In-N-Out. I'm probably going to get the whole experience there. Norm111, thanks so much for tuning in today. Norm says somehow the burgers are better in Los Angeles. And I think it also just has to do with the supplier of the restaurants and the distribution facilities that supply these restaurants. Probably is a little bit better in that area. So I certainly believe it.
552 Minneapolis Tower.
I'm sure it's made that much better too, especially if you have aircraft that are roaring overhead as well.
For takeoff, I'll have a turn 4 miles off the end. Runway heading runway 17, takeoff unit 552.
Now, word on the street is that there's been a Sun Country 737 that's been running around with a mismatched nose cone, and I think that we have just caught sight of it.
Towards the gate, contact ground on .9ers, yeah.
Contact those gate ground .9. Secretary 8161 on Delta for Hotel 3.
Secretary 8161, the ground taxi parking via Delta.
Parking via Delta. Parking via Delta, Secretary 8161.
So November 835 Sierra Yankee is registration on the Sun Country 737 that just came in with that mismatched nose cone. There it is. Now that nose cone is actually from the simplified title scheme. So whatever happened to the one that's all orange, it's supposed to be for the Tide Pod livery. Probably somewhere else.
United 552 turn right, heading 230. And sail 2 leaving, please.
Right there, 230 through 2200, United 552.
552, roger, radar contact. Stand me for now, traffic about 2 o'clock, 4 miles. Type unknown.
All right, it's 7:57 time. Another arrival with the flying pencil on the south parallel runway. Yeah, optimistic mountain landscape. I know that Josh has been dealing with some stuff, and I just wish that him and his lady friend as well, that they are well, and that they're taking care of themselves and that they are in good health.
552, you're 1,000 feet above that traffic. Should be no factor for you now. Contact departure. We'll see you.
So now that I've dealt with some health stuff off and on throughout the past several months, I haven't really been vocal about it, just because I choose to keep a lot more of that private.
The 1208, turn right, join Alpha, cross runway 22.
I mean, thankfully it's nothing serious, but just something to keep an eye on.
Right turn Alpha, clear to cross 22.8 on the other side. Delta.
Yeah, it's never fun
I don't know
when,
what I said, but 0.9 for you. Delta 1208, rest 3 back was correct. We'll see you.
when our streaming friends are dealing with something, especially that kind of impacts their day-to-day in more of a negative way. I know that as well. I'm also a big fan of Big Jet TV. Who here has heard of Big Jet TV? So Jerry has been making some pretty good strides in recovering from, actually, I think 2 strokes. And I was shocked and kind of devastated to hear that news when because I know that he had based on what he shared, that he was going in for some medical procedures and ended up suffering, I think, maybe 1 or 2 strokes and had to kind of regain function back on one side of his body. But that's so great to see that he's out getting back into the swing of things, and he's a lot of fun to watch from London Heathrow. So if you ever are out that direction, interested in planes in the UK, go check them out at Big Jet TV. I know it's not often that I do plugs for other channels, but hey, I mean, if the content's that good, I will certainly call it out. It's an absolute character. I really enjoyed his Miami special towards the end of last year as well, too. I think that unique perspective on top of the Hilton Blue Lagoon was a neat show from Miami, and it's an angle that we really hadn't seen before. So anyway, best of luck, and just wanting to wish Jerry and the rest of his family and just the whole Big Jet TV community well, so they kind of get back into the swing of things, because what he had to go through is something that I hope nobody goes through. So here at MSP Live, I don't know if, Jerry, if you're watching from Big Jet TV, we're rooting for you.
941 is clear of
Stay strong, brother.
On runway 4. Okay, F10. Delta 941, Minneapolis ground, taxi parking via Alpha. Taxi departing via Alpha, Delta 941.
RJ, yes, I will have to get a t-shirt. By the way, I did want to point out, I got my very first Jet Set Shirts tee yesterday. It was the MD-11 shirt. Holy cow, they are comfortable. I was expecting it maybe to be a little bit tighter fitting and just kind of...
984,
no.
Meter push approved, runway 1.
Now, when it comes to t-shirts, I expect it to be a little bit on the smaller side with how they fit, but no, this one was true to size. It's super comfortable. And I'm wearing it right now, actually.
19 Minneapolis,
I wish I had our booth cam out
push approved, runway 30
so I could show you guys. But it is a wonderful t-shirt. The screen printing on it actually is pretty high resolution. It's pretty good, too. And I do want to point out that Jet Set Shirts is a sponsor of MSP Live. So if you have not checked out Jet Set Shirts, please do so. So they have a lot of fun, quality aviation apparel.
You going to signature today?
And the t-shirts are also at a pretty reasonable price, too. I did not pay a lot for it at all. So the value for money is certainly there. If you're ever thinking about it, please do so. Go support Eric. Go support Jet Set Shirts. I mean, we were excited to be working with him because I heard a lot of great things about the t-shirts, and, you know, finally getting one for myself after putting off purchasing one forever today. Finally got around to it, and I am very happy with it. And no, I'm not being paid to say that. That's what I genuinely think about the shirts. They are fantastic. Go get one for yourself. It's at jetsetshirts.com. I think I'm going to get the CRJ Slayer one next. That's with the A350 on it. Gordon says you're going to do the 4,000 calorie binge, Alex. You'll need a nap after In-N-Out. I probably will. All the live streaming that we're going to be doing on top of that as well. You're probably right. I do have to watch myself, though, at the same time, too, because I don't want to have too much to where you start to feel sluggish and just tired overall. So you got to pace yourself. Jaden says, well, that looks a little bit weird. Yeah, the clown nose 737 does look a little bit weird, especially because the dark blue and the bright orange has such a stark contrast just between those two shades of colors. I think it really kind of makes the nose stand out a lot more than I guess other wardrobe malfunctions do. I think at one point there was a Sun Country aircraft that had that blue nose, a Tide Pod livery, fuselage, and tail, but it had engine cowlings from a Primair painted 737 and winglets also from the same paint job. So you had this kind of weird Frankenstein-looking paint job on one of these 737s that local spotters started calling the Identity Crisis plane, but Sun Country got all the correct parts to match the paint job on it, and it went away. It's kind of one of those weird, odd things that if you're out plane spotting that are kind of neat to catch. I did make a post about it. And this is about the Jet Set shirts tee that I got yesterday. I posted about it on the Instagram and also in our MSP Spotting Discord.
Bus 3584 Minneapolis Tower, winds 150 at 4, runway 30 left, cleared.
So I'm going to bring up this comment from Gordon. This is great. I love this. I saw you posing on Discord, Alex, grinning like the cat that ate the canary. Yeah, you're not wrong. It kind of does look like that a little bit. but I was really excited, you know. I was really happy. So Gordon also says, join the MSP Spotting Discord if you haven't for some deeper dives into aviation about MSP. And it's also a good place to get channel updates, too. I'm pretty regularly in there, along with some of our team members, as well as a lot of you guys that watch the show regularly and that are just into all things MSP aviation related. It's not a channel-specific Discord, but it's something that we facilitate for the broader MSP community, just to try and get the MSP spotting community that uses Discord on Discord in a place that's just about the planes, not about anything else.
Delta 1519, runway 30, taxi via Delta Papa.
Is there do I smell a challenge here, Daniel? Daniel says, if I bring you a cooler, will you bring back In-N-Out? Well, you're going to have to come collect it right as I arrive back to MSP. And actually, this is a true story. I may seriously take you up on this offer and pack a lunch bag in my backpack when I go out there. So he's been on the channel before. I don't know if you guys know who my close friend Nick Lee is. He's a frequent flyer. I've known him for a long time. He's a big fan of the channel. So he does a lot of mileage runs, and well, one evening he was going out to Vegas and he had a flight back to MSP. He calls me and says, hey, what do you want? I said, well, okay, I don't know what you're getting at. What do you mean? And he goes, no, what do you want from In-N-Out? I thought he was crazy, and he's like, nope, what do you want? So I can bring it back to you. So he went and, you know, he's one of the best friends that I've ever had. He brought me In-N-Out. And so he got In-N-Out just before heading to the airport, picked it up, put it in a cooler, and brought some back for me that evening. And that was my dinner. Now, I had to reheat the burger and the extra crispy fries, but it was worth it. It was absolutely worth it. So, Daniel, I may end up taking you on that offer.
Cars 4332, Minneapolis, ground push approved, runway 30.
So it is possible. And you know what? The food actually was still amazing.
Southwest 3584, turn left at Delta, back towards the gate, kind of ground on point 9er. Delta over to ground point 9, Southwest 3584, good day.
All right, Southwest.
Ground,
Now
Southwest
arriving with the
3584,
737-700. I like the shorter 700 variant of the 737 Next Gen series.
Taxi to Park 2 Delta, Southwest 3584.
Who's with me on this? Do we like the Dash 700 look a little bit better than the standard Dash 800, which is longer, or the 900s? Optimistic Mountain Landscape says we have a few In-N-Outs in Tucson. Okay, that's interesting. I never knew that.
That's 1633, Minneapolis, meter. Passenger 1633, affirm. You can expect that runway 30 left for your departure.
Gordon, you're absolutely correct. Says it's a good way to get somebody to pick you up from the airport. So actually, he got a ride from somebody else. I think another one of his buddies gave him a ride back. Or he may have parked his car at one of the park and rides and then just drove right to my place after he got In-N-Out for me. But yeah, my friend Nick did that for me one time, but that was super amazing from him. Thank you, Nick, if you're watching. Good friends don't let friends miss out on In-N-Out. All right, so coming up around the 6 o'clock hour, kind of midway through, we're going to have the departure to Dublin with the A330. I think we're going daily on the Dublin flights now. Now that the warmer days of spring are just ahead. Gordon says, speaking of bootlegging food, I used to bring back Krispy Kreme donuts before they had a presence in Wisconsin. Yeah, for a good time, you know, Krispy Kreme was kind of out of the Midwest.
Already taxi, what sky was that?
They're back in Wisconsin and Minnesota now. In fact, in the North Metro, there's a Krispy Kreme location.
So 2910 Minneapolis Tower.
And when they opened back up here, it was just a mess of people.
Clear to left.
People really missed Krispy Kreme up here. And I grew up with that, too, as a kid. So they had quite a few Krispy Kremes around the Twin Cities before they had to massively downscale as a company. Just because of some of the financial hardships they were going through. But I could really go for one of those donuts. Boy, I'll tell you, apologies that this has kind of turned into the MSP Airport Live and food discussion show. We've had a lot of great aviation action here today. I'm trying to see if there's a good break in the action here because I do have something still to show you guys. So it's been a work in progress for the past few weeks.
At Hotel 1, was that a Sun Country 1633?
And it's a preview
984, wind is
into our
110.5, fly
LAX
runway
trip.
heading, runway 17, cleared for takeoff, of a turn miles off the end.
Get the taxi with Victor.
Sun Country 1655, Minneapolis ground, standby 1.
All right, so it looks like we got a couple more arrivals coming in here.
4301, Minneapolis ground, runway 30 right, taxi via Papa. Calling ready, taxi on intake.
American 2379, ready for taxi with Victor.
American 2379, runway 17.
Hunter, so great to see you today. Says, are you going to go to the EAA Oshkosh Air Show in July? That is a good question. I am trying for the life of me to see if I can't go spend maybe a few days out at Oshkosh this year. It's been at least a couple years, maybe a few years since I've been removed from visiting the world's greatest aviation get-together. So I don't know yet whether I'm going to be there or not, but I'm certainly going to see what I can do.
November 1519 Victor, Minneapolis ground, taxi to signature via Charlie Alpha Alpha 5, hold short, runway 30 left.
Ben Churchill, thanks so much for sharing this. Going back to our whole thing about Krispy Kreme donuts. So when Krispy Kreme opened in Australia, it opened in Sydney first and was so popular that the overhead compartments on the flights to Melbourne were just full of donuts. I can't imagine what the cabin of that aircraft or those airplanes that had all those donuts in the overhead compartments smelled like. I mean, the smell must have just been incredible.
Runway 30 right, taxi
With all those Krispy Kreme donuts.
Shamrock 988,
Shamrock 988, contact clearance 123.2. Looks like they should be coming shortly.
Okay, thank you. We'll stand by with you on ground here.
1655, Minneapolis ground at Hotel 1. Your push is approved, runway 17.
Approved for 17,
Runway 3781, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 17.
Push approved, runway 17, runway 3781.
And the Shamrock 988, you said you're also ready to push. Your push is approved. And what was your departure, Sid?
Ground on 2910, clear 30 left on Delta, parking Charlie 7.
More whale bus action.
2910, Minneapolis ground, taxi to parking via Delta, Charlie 6, Charlie, Papa.
Delta, Charlie 6, Papa, Delta 2910.
So they are coming in from Indianapolis, Indiana.
Delta, Charlie 6, Charlie, Papa, Delta 2910.
November 19 Victor, Monitor Tower 126.7.
Monitor Tower 126.7, 151 Victor.
American 2379, Monitor Tower 126.7.
126.7, American 2379.
74 Minneapolis Tower, wind 110 at 4, runway 30 left, clear to land.
So we also have another second here I do want to talk about. And on the previous edition of MSP Live on Wednesday, so we made the announcement that also on Tuesday, the day before, that to get some additional support, we have an amazing new sponsor.
Super Tech 6, Tech 0, Bravo. Have a good day, sir.
So I paused for just a moment so we could hear the reverse thrust at our 737-900 arriving. So they're coming in from San Francisco, California.
Right turn, Bravo, Delta to the gate.
So we have an amazing new sponsor of the channel that actually is some really cool, and if you're an aviation enthusiast or a pilot, you're going to want to pay attention to this. So the pilot's weather map, big thanks to Logan for supporting the channel with the sponsorship. Logan has a lot of amazing handcrafted wooden maps that display real-time METAR and TAF data from airports across a state that you choose to order a map of. So, for example, Minnesota, I think they have Wisconsin on there.
0-3 for runway 30 left, clear to land.
All right, Icelandair. Now arriving from Reykjavik.
Tower Alpha 5, cross runway 30 left, clear to head to signature.
Charlie. 2379 Minneapolis Tower, traffic 2.5 mile final without delay at Mike, cross runway 30 left, turn right on Whiskey.
So anyways, I was saying,
American 2379.
so these maps show the position of different airports across the state, and they have little lights over each airport location. And they're color-coded to show you at a glance of what the flight rules or the weather conditions are at each airport. It's also designed to fit on the wall in your home, so it's actually a functional piece of decor that if you do fly privately or even commercially, you can see at a glance what the weather's going to be like and what the flying conditions are for each of those different airports. And if you're an aviation enthusiast, it's also a fun piece to have around for the home. So visit thepilotsweathermap.com to get your hands on one.
55. Got Hotel 2 Bravo.
So they're exceptionally well made.
Able to get out on Delta?
Yeah, we can make a left turn to Delta.
Sun Country 1655, left turn at Delta, Kilo, cross runway 4.
Alright, so 17, we'll go Delta Kilo, cross runway 4, Sun Country 1655.
Denmark 988, push approved, reference to the 737 Minneapolis.
Push approved now, yeah, so we're moving out next to 988.
Drop there. Is it okay if we have to Charlie 1?
That's a 6578 term, left turn Charlie 1.
Charlie 1 to the gate, thanks.
Left 20 left, and right on Whiskey, 017 on my bench, 23 seconds.
Sun Country 574 in this ground, taxi depart via Charlie 2 Delta.
We don't know if
Sun Country 574, Charlie taxi runway 22 at Charlie 2.
This is Charlie 574.
Runway 3781, runway 17, taxi via Delta, Charlie 6, Charlie hold short, runway 30 left.
Hey, Delta Charlie 6, Charlie, hold to the 30 left on board, 3781.
Runway 3781.
So there we go. We got a couple 737s in frame. Sun Country on the right, arriving from Cancun. And American Airlines joining Taxiway Whiskey, partially blocked by the what we think is an electrical utility building. This is flight 2379 headed to Dallas-Fort Worth. Next arrival, Delta 2654, coming in from Atlanta Hartsfield Jackson.
Delta 2607, runway 30 right, taxi via Delta, Papa, give way to the American.
Delta Papa, give away to American, Delta 2674.
2654, turn right on runway 4, contact ground point 9.
Runway 4, ground point 9 or ground point 54.
You're on secondary 1633, I've left out the travel right back. Sun Country 1633, runway 30 left, taxi via Delta, hold short of Charlie 1 for now. 30 left, Delta, short, Charlie 1,
Ground Delta 2654, runway 4.
So coming up here during the 6 o'clock hour, we're going to have Delta 258 Heavy with the A330 thundering into the air to Dublin. Now, because we're on the 30s, I actually like this configuration a lot better for views of departing traffic. And the A330 will use one of the parallels. So a lot of the narrow-body departures have been going behind us to the west side of the field to spread out the traffic flow to minimize congestion.
Is that Shamrock 988 ready taxi? Negative, Shamrock 988. Calling ready taxi, go ahead.
So we're going to look this way, kind of towards the entrance to the alley in between concourses E and F, because Shamrock is about ready to roll here for Dublin.
Delta 2910, taxi to your gate via Quebec.
And also coming up tonight, in addition to our heavy departure to Dublin at around 6:20, so they're supposedly on time today, we'll get Delta 162 to Amsterdam with the A330-900 Neo as well.
Delta 2607, give way to this.
So still plenty more Delta heavy action to come here on this Saturday for live plane spotting at MSP International.
Taxi via Delta Tango Kilo, cross runway 4 and cut the pad. At Delta Tango Kilo, cross runway 4, cut the pad, secondary 60. Hey, is that for 17? Delta 2633, sorry, taxi, runway 30 left, taxi via Delta, hold short of runway 30 left. Sun Country 1633, 30 left, taxi via Delta and Whiskey. 30 left, Delta, Whiskey, Sun Country. Delta 2512, hands down, push approved, runway 30 right. Push approved, runway 30 right, Delta 2512.
Wally Borum, so great to see you today. Wally says, trying to find the greetings here. Hello to all. Been here since the start. Got the grandkids today. Awesome. So they move on March 10th. All right. Yeah, again, so great to have you on board today, Wally.
Cody 03, Minneapolis, ground, runway 17, taxi via Romeo 9, hold short of 30 right.
Also, Don Rumsey. Hey, Don. So great to see you today. This is greetings from sunny Tri-Cities in Washington. All right. Got some representation from the Pacific Northwest in the house today. So hope your weekend's off to a great start, Don and Wally. It is for me. I got to sleep in a little bit today. Yesterday was just beyond chaotic. I tried to get out of work. Responsibilities called, though. There's some stuff that at work that needs some extra attention that I'm taking the lead on, so I need to make sure that that is all in hand before anything else.
Cody 03, monitor.
And then, of course, there are some other personal things that...
Tower 123.95.
Nothing bad or anything, just more pressing that needed to be taken care of.
100 tower, 123.95.
That pretty much put the kibosh on anything yesterday as far as the live spotting goes. And I know that I had said on Wednesday that we were looking at getting out and possibly doing one on Friday yesterday. But the weather was actually quite nice today despite the overcast conditions. And
Sun Country 1655, flight heading 180.
today I really didn't have anything planned, so I said, you know what, let's go ahead and take you guys out to MSP for some live spotting.
1819 Minneapolis Tower, winds calm, runway 30 left, clear to land. Okay.
I think somebody might be waiting for a gate here or somebody to clear.
So it's 4010, main ground push approved, runway 17.
Envoy 3781, flight heading 180, runway 17.
Optimistic mountain landscape. I did see that. Dallas Love Field opened their new aircraft viewing area today. Looks splendid. So with that, I think we'll have to go check that out. And of course, Founders Plaza that everyone knows and loves. So as far as taking the channel places to do plane spotting outside of MSP, so it's going to be a little bit before we go anywhere after our LAX trip, because we want to stay here and capture the summer action. We're going to have to probably get down to Texas at some point, maybe towards the end of the year. We'll see.
To the gate, monitor ground point under.
That's Delta, the gate, that point under. Speed to the east main base via Charlie 5, Charlie Alpha.
Charlie 5, Charlie Alpha, to the gate.
So here's one of only a handful of Sun Country 737-900 ERs.
Envoy 3781.
Making its way into MSP this afternoon.
4003 tower. Just an unchecked box.
So
on your
this
flight
one
plan.
here,
Verify climb via the SID, except maintain 5,000.
904 Sierra Yankee is from Phoenix.
The 1878 Minneapolis Tower, traffic 3 mile final. Traffic will hold in position. Winds calm. Runway 30 left, clear to land.
And Delta 2654, taxi to your gate via Charlie 6.
Taxi to gate 376, Delta 2654.
All right, so here is our next arrival on final approach. Off in the distance, Delta 1819 from San Jose del Cabo in Mexico. Behind them, Delta 1878 from Cancun. And then Delta 914, we'll see what runway that they are vectored into, either the north side or the south parallel. They're coming in from LAX. Oh my word. Look at this.
Quebec, Charlie, hold short, runway 30 left.
Holy cow. I think we're going to get buzzed by a C-130 here up close. Possibly. We'll see if they cross the south parallel runway. That would be super cool. The C-130s usually stick to the north side because that's where Fort Snelling Air Base is adjacent to. So they got to hold short for an arriving aircraft on the south parallel. Our focus is going to stay with the C-130.
Before contact ground point 9. Forward ground point 9, Delta 1819.
PA, heavy mass ground push approved in a 30 left.
Push crew 30 left, Delta 258.
Delta 4010, runway 17, taxi via Quebec, Mike, cross runway 4, hold short, runway 30 left. Cross runway 4, hold short, runway 30 left. Southwest 3816, runway 17, taxi via Quebec, Mike, cross runway 4, hold short, runway 30 left.
Alpha for Dolphin.
Delta 1819, may contact depart via Alpha.
Park via Alpha Delta.
And Delta 1819, the tug off your left wing speed. Dallas 4085, wait for a second Embraer to pass left right and course is approved at runway 17. Dallas 4299, left down to the 6 man ground, push approved.
Push approved, Super 6.
Skywest 3791, runway 30, right, taxi via Papa. Camera 988, monitor tower 123.
How awesome was that? Looks like our Saturday has a nice surprise. The Flying Vikings with a close taxi on Whiskey with the C-130.
4155, New ground, taxi park via Papa. Park via Papa, taxi.
Delta 1878.
It's now the second time, I think, this month that we've caught them do that live on the show.
Fly heading 180, runway
That was super cool. Yeah, listen to those turboprops. My goodness.
Delta 2209, Minneapolis Tower, wind 1903, runway 30 left, clear line.
All right, Delta 258 Heavy now pushing back for Dublin. So they have a wheels up departure time at 6:25 p.m. Central, and looks like they're almost done with their pushback. So we'll have some A330 Thunder here in just a bit.
Behind the.
So we're about 1,000 feet away
repositioned via Alpha
from the center line of runway 12 right, 30 left, which is where this aircraft is going to be departing.
Sun Country.
And the A330s, especially the A330 300s and the 200s, they are loud. Especially the A330s with the GE CF680 engines. They can generate some thunder.
6, you'll be in front of the Delta Airbus now. Start taxi now.
Copy, to the base. Super Alpha.
And Delta 1878, give way to the tug.
Way to the tug, Delta 1878.
Sky West 4010, monitor tower 126.7. So 3816, monitor tower 126.7.
Hunter VR, the answer to that is actually yes. We caught the departure live on MSP Live.
Airbus. Wind 1903, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Don Rumsey says, join a bourbon. All right.
Mike, contact ground point niner.
Which one?
Mike, point niner, Delta 914. Cody 03. In contact departure, good flight. Over departure, Cody 03, CF. Mike, going to gate plus 9.
Delta 914, main ground right turn on Alpha, cross runway 4, and Delta hold short of Charlie 5.
Target at Alpha, cross 4, Charlie. Correction. Cross 4, Delta, short of Charlie 5, Delta 914. 1803, runway 30 left, clear to land.
And Skywest 4024, runway 17, taxi via Quebec, Mike, cross runway 4, hold short, runway 30 left. 3676, wait for an RJ to pass left to right, push approved, runway 30 right. So 4299, runway 30 right, taxi via Papa.
So departing shortly for Dublin is the flight currently in view with the A330-300 Delta 258 Heavy.
Republic 6, approved.
Copy.
Two people calling, ready for taxi second. So 2610, runway 30 right, taxi via Delta Papa. Delta 2610 behind the A220 on Delta, taxi via Delta Papa. Delta 258 right, taxi. Delta 2610 disregard, taxi via Delta Papa. Delta 914 after the A220 leaves the alley, taxi in.
Taxiing up to A220, Delta 914.
Delta 4155, taxi in.
So Delta 258 is ready for taxi.
Delta 258, runway 30 left, taxi via Alpha.
30 left via Alpha, Delta 258.
Ground 29, vacating at Alpha for gate clock time.
It's just about to break away from Delta 258.
2209, taxi.
Looks like we're going to stay with them here as they begin their taxi.
Delta
To runway 30 left.
09, cut the pad over to Bravo. Bravo, cross runway 4, Delta.
Oh, you can see the APU exhaust from the back there. They were firing up the APU.
The 4085, runway 17, taxi via Quebec. Mike, cross runway 4, hold short, runway 30 left.
Country 9216 on the 180 heading, contact departure.
The 2297 minutes ground, push approved, runway 17.
Point on it. $749.
Oh, nice. How about that? A 3-for-1. We got a combo deal, everybody.
Skywest 3851 minutes ground, taxi via Delta.
Is that A321 that's taxiing behind this pair of Embraer 175LRs? They are inbound from Orlando. They're headed to the gate. That's Delta 2209. Skywest 4010 is leading Skywest 3816. Flight 4010 in front is headed to Sioux Falls, and the flight behind them is actually headed to Wichita, Kansas.
Push approved, runway 30 right.
Delta 2151, push approved to 30 right. Ground, beacon on, brakes release, clear to push, 30 right.
So the Embraers that are waiting to cross that we just took a look at here, they are waiting for this arrival from Nashville, Tennessee, to finish their landing roll and exit off the south parallel before getting instructions to continue.
Charlie or runway 4, contact ground 100. Turn right, Charlie or runway 4, Delta, and contact ground 219, Delta 2843. That's 4010 Minneapolis Tower, Mike, cross runway 30 left, turn right on Whiskey. Mike, cross 30 left, join Whiskey, Scouts 4010. That's 3816 Minneapolis Tower, Mike, cross runway 30 left, turn right on Whiskey. Mike, cross.
So I just wanted to provide you guys here when we had a moment to talk about it, with a quick update on our weather.
Right turn,
So
Bravo, Delta, Papa to the gate, Delta.
We have some rain that it's making its way towards MSP. We have not had really any raindrops since the beginning of the show. There is certainly a line of spotty showers that's off to our west.
4085, Monitor Tower, 126.7.
And for the record, that absolutely will not impact how things are going to are going to shake down here today, at least for the back half of our program.
Nearest traffic 12 mile funnel. 30 left.
So we are more than ready and equipped to deal with the rain. So we have a waterproof, weatherproof setup. Of course, we were streaming with it back earlier this year when we had all those snowy days.
Monitor tower 126.7.
But it also applies to the rain as well.
Delta 2297, what expect? Delta 2297, runway 17, taxi via Alpha 3, hold short, runway 30 left.
So if I didn't have anything going on this Monday,
Alpha 3, hold short, 30 left, runway 17.
now also a bulletin, our show this Monday has been moved to Tuesdays because I have some personal things to attend to. Now, if that wasn't the case, we would have been going live in the rain on Monday. That would have been super fun because rain ops are quite interesting to watch. You got all that water getting kicked up. You got that spray behind the jet blasts, and it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun.
Ground up 2749, ready to taxi.
All right, everybody. Delta 258 now departing to Dublin with the A330-300.
7, hold short, runway 30 left. 17 Alpha 7 short, 30 left, Delta 2749. Delta 2151, taxi. Delta 2151. Delta 2297 Minneapolis, Alpha 3, cross runway 30 left, and right on Whiskey. Delta 2249. Delta 2954, nearest ground pursuit, runway 30 right. Alpha 7 cross 30 left, turn right Whiskey, Delta 2749. Delta 4005. Delta 4005, nearest ground taxi, Park View, Papa.
I just love that right bank turn left. Right heading 340, I mean, and over to departure. So Delta 258 Heavy.
Delta 2297 on Whiskey, cross runway 4.
Airborne for Dublin. Boy, the Pratt & Whitney's also had a little bit of a growl to them as Delta 258 got airborne. Did we hear that? It's just a hint of growl, but it was there. Love that.
Delta 2278, means ground push through, runway 30 right.
Marcus Ice, 5400. Sorry to see you today, Marcus. Yeah, there's not a lot of wind today at all. It's just about the biggest contrast that you could ask for in comparison with the last time we were live on Wednesday. So we go from an incredibly windy day with gusts over 30 knots at times to barely any wind at all.
4085, 17 on a point.
Today's been a great show today. I've really enjoyed doing some Saturday spotting with you guys on the channel. It's been a while since we've done a Saturday show.
But the 2773 minutes ground, push approved, runway 17. Push approved 175.
Norm 111 says the rain is looking highly unlikely right now. Yep, that's kind of how it looks.
There, 4871, turn right, get the golf for
It would be interesting if it was raining at the time of Delta 258 Heavy's departure. We would have gotten some excellent jet spray with that water as they rotated off the south parallel runway 30 left. That would have been super cool to see. And of course, because it's all wet, there's a lot of water being sucked into the engine. We would have also heard a more pronounced growl too, and that's always music to my ears. That's another reason that I enjoy wet weather plane spotting.
3762 Minneapolis, 6 final wing, kilometer 30 left, settle in.
So we're certainly going to have some rainy days this spring and summer that we might have to try and make it out here. There's a couple more things that need to happen before I'm ready to commit to do a little bit more of those wet weather plane spotting shows.
Delta 2954, runway 30 right, taxi via Delta Papa. 30 right via Delta Papa, Delta 2954.
Cody says, I was hoping to see you today. I came up from Mankato and sat there watching planes around 2-ish.
Taxi via Alpha. Alpha, super big taxi.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Cody. I was going to be out here a little bit earlier, but
1835, turn right at Mike, have to go, 100.
there were a couple things I needed to take care of before I left for here, and then,
4024, turn right, heading 2.
Boy, it was jam-packed when I showed up to the viewing area. I mean, there were very few parking spaces available. I had to wait for one to open up before we could start setting up for the show today. And of course, I saw on the radar that there was potentially rain going to be making its way over here, and had to troubleshoot a cable issue and whatnot. But
Super 6 heavy, hold short.
once we got going, we really did get rolling. I mean, our show started off right away with Delta 160 Heavy departing to Amsterdam. Then right behind it was 165 Heavy from Amsterdam. A couple of AMS Heavies, one going to the Netherlands and one coming from AMS. Cody, it was busy, and I was actually kind of surprised because
Delta 2954.
with weather like it is today, I was expecting less people to be out here, but no, it's pretty popular on weekends. Even with this kind of weather, and you know, it is nice out. So it's easy to understand why there were a lot of people here too today.
Delta 1835, it does look like your gate is full. Make a 180 on Bravo, cross to runway 4 into the pad. Sorry, say again for Delta 1835. Delta 1835, your gate appears to be full. Make a 180 on Bravo, cross runway 4 into the 12 right pad.
So Marcus, yes, our next show is slated to be for next week on Tuesday. So we're going to go live with a couple of back-to-back shows on Tuesday and Wednesday. Should be good days for spotting next week.
Alpha to gate 7600.
I have to take care of some things on Monday that require more immediate attention, so that explains why we will not be going live on Monday when we typically do. So if you're new here, we try and go live Mondays and Wednesdays. Sometimes if we'll notice that the weather's nice, or if there's something interesting on the flight schedule for that day, we'll also try and pick up Tuesday in addition to that. So 3 days in a row with live shows here at MSP. Probably one later in the week between Thursday and Saturday. No live shows on Sundays. That's the one day that we cannot do.
7 turn right hand 240, contact departure. Delta 756, Minneapolis ground. Push approved, runway 17.
Cody says the poor MD-11 sitting all covered up over there at the UPS cargo terminal. Are they going to take it to the graveyard, leave it there until who knows when? We actually did get a tip. Somebody that works over there with UPS at MSP actually shared with us that the plan tentatively is to move that aircraft over to the fire training area. So I think the airport and UPS are working out a deal where once UPS parts out the jet, that aircraft is going to have a second life in fire training. So it'll be the new fire training aircraft. I think it will be an excellent addition to MAC fire training because it'll give them good practice for the big jets. Now, we don't know any of the details. I mean, all we know is that the plan is to eventually part it out, take the engines off, sell those, or repurpose them to the fleet elsewhere. And then... Oh, dear. Sorry, I just got distracted. We've got a bunch of mosquitoes flying overhead.
Delta 2516, need to say Foxtrot 15.
C13 now, Delta 2516.
Delta 2516, taxi via Delta, Papa to your gate.
Well, if there's one thing I'm not looking forward to this summer, it's getting ambushed by mosquitoes. It's the unofficial state bird of Minnesota is the common mosquito. Well, it's that time of year. Time to do the mosquito and pest control. There are some helicopters that go around dropping pellets into local ponds and certain waterways to sort of mitigate
2773, monitor tower 126.7.
the mosquito population.
Delta 2773, Minneapolis Airport, Alpha 3, cross from my 30 left, and run a whiskey. Delta 2238, any right turns available, contact ground point under.
Alright, taking a right out Mike and over to ground, getting Delta 2238. Hello, Delta 2238, making a right turn on Mike from Charlie 5.
Delta 2238, means contact depart via Mike Papa, cross runway 4.
Mike Papa, cross 4, Delta 2238.
Delta 726, runway 17, taxi via...
So, Cody, yeah, I wish that our paths could have crossed today, kind of going back to your earlier comment about you being here at 2 and me showing up just a little bit later. Well, if you're out here again to the aircraft viewing area, a good chance if you come up here on a Monday or Wednesday afternoon, you'll probably run into us.
So 2773 on Whiskey Cross from my 4.
Marcus, you're probably more than right in saying that. So to be honest, I don't think it'll be that warm in the Midwest compared to the West Coast. Because that's something that I'm certainly looking forward to when we go spotting in Los Angeles in less than 2 weeks.
Continue your taxi straight ahead, and then
Is
when
that
able,
warm,
taxi around at Charlie 2 pushback, rejoin Quebec, and then
sunny,
Quebec, Mike, cross runway 4, hold short over runway 3.
lovable LA weather. Rain or shine, we're going to be live in Los Angeles. I mean, we're taking our rain gear.
756 on Mike, hold short over runway 30 left.
We've planned for just about any contingency that we can think of.
Welcome. Delta 2238. You'll see company opposite direction on top of facing you. Allow them to go around that pushback, then they'll rejoin the inner.
I copy that. We got a mistake. It'll be 2238.
Thank you.
All right, our next arrival, Sun Country 8014,
Papa was for you.
inbound from Hancock Airport. So this is actually a charter flight because it has an 8000 series number. So this arrival, they could go for the exit on taxiway Mike, which would be right next to us, about 300 feet away. And they taxi by if they decide to exit off taxiway, or exit off the south parallel runway to taxiway Mike.
And I know they're not always correct, but see how long it may take? Hey, park next to it and let me know what gate you're behind. So 2309 Minneapolis ground push approved, runway 17.
So if you guys are wondering where on earth is Hancock Airport, which is where this 737 is coming in from, that would be Hancock, Michigan, just across from Houghton, Michigan. It's in the Keweenaw Peninsula. That's in the UP, the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. So that's where this flight originated from.
8014, roll up to Mike, turn left there. Nope. And Mike, Sierra November, hold short, runway 17.
That was Mike, and that was Sierra November, holding short of 17, Sun Country 8014.
Now, I'm interested if this is a sports charter, because Michigan Tech, which is a big hockey school, by the way, they're located in Marquette, Michigan.
2238,
it's also along the shore of Lake Superior in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, kind of around Houghton and Hancock. It's a beautiful area of Michigan. I've not been. The only parts through the UP that I've been through many times has been the southern part of the lower or the Upper Peninsula. Very peaceful country. And yep, they are going on Mike.
1835. Make a left turn, join Bravo. You can cut the corner over to Bravo and then hold for the tunnel for now. Also 2246 map, ground push 430. Also 2122 Minneapolis ground. Wait for company to pass it down and push through runway 17.
Air push runway 17 after company Delta 2122.
So 756 monitor tower 126.7.
Hotel 267, Delta 756.
Yeah. Delta 2516, thank you. When able, taxi in.
Delta 2982, runway 4 is available, or Mike, contact ground point enter, I'll drop direction lane.
We got Mike at Delta 2982.
Delta 736, turn right, cut through the de-ice pad, hold short, runway 30 left at Alpha 8.
Alright, turn, cut through the de-ice pad, short on Alpha 8, Delta 736.
Here's Delta 2982 coming in from Boise, Idaho. So our next arrival behind them is Delta coming in from the Big Easy, New Orleans, Louisiana, flight 2695.
Alpha 5, hold short 30 left, Delta 2309.
Richard Fleer, 1905, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Appreciate you, Richard. Says hello from O'Hare and Midway. All right, we got a Chicagoan joining the chat. Love Chicago. Love aviation around Chicago. There's quite a few folks up here in the MSP spotting community that make yearly trips down to O'Hare to do plane spotting.
941, Minneapolis down, push crew 30 right.
So Richards also says, I strongly suggest bringing citronella candles sprinkled heavily with minced garlic to fight the mosquitoes when you're out at MSP. Mosquitoes carry disease. They absolutely do. Thanks so much for the tip. Yeah, that will certainly work.
There is a push behind you waiting. Can you move up a little bit?
I didn't know about the citronella candles thing, but I did know about the minced garlic. I think you can also do essential oils or something too, from what I was reading, to also repel the bugs, apart from bug spray. Because you can spray Deepwood's bug spray that has a bunch of DEET in it. And these mosquitoes will still munch on people who are sprayed with bug spray. I don't really put bug spray on too much. I tried those bug band things that you can buy. They don't really work. But yeah, hey, thanks so much, Richard, for the recommendation. Yeah, I'll have to look into that and see if we can do something about it. I haven't been bothered yet, but this summer I will certainly be doing that. Marcus, I'm right with you. Marcus says, I love the Sun Country arrivals and departures here. I do too. This will be the final summer of Sun Country Airlines before they get absorbed into Allegiant. So it was announced in January that Allegiant and Sun Country were merging. Allegiant would be acquiring Sun Country for over $1 billion. And believe it or not, the big reason why Allegiant decided to make the leap forward and initiate a merger with Sun Country was the Amazon Prime cargo contracts that Sun Country had secured as an alternative revenue stream in addition to the passenger operations. And then, of course, you look at the fleet strategy of where Allegiant wants to go with the 737 MAX. And knowing that Sun Country is a huge operator of the 737 Next Gen series just makes a lot of sense. There's also very little to no overlap of both Sun Country and Allegiant's routes. And that both companies thought that would complement each other, and just a variety of different things fell into place. And it also passed the Department of Justice federal regulators recently, and looks like the merger is on the fast track. Goran, I see your comment. Yes. Garlic will also repel the zombies. Boy, I'll tell you, the wind has actually picked up a little bit here within the last couple minutes, I believe.
Delta 2941, runway 30 right, taxi via Papa.
30 right, via Papa, Delta 2941. Delta 45 minutes, turn to 30 left, line of point.
Yeah, Cody, I'm not terribly happy about the merger announcement either, just because I think Sun Country has the better product than Allegiant does by a long shot, and according to customer satisfaction survey, Sun Country, I think, was ranked the highest out of all low-cost carriers here in the United States. And I also see your comment about the Gopher livery, too. I think what Allegiant is going to do is they're going to have their own take on it. Because Allegiant will... They will rep for the local teams, because Allegiant does have a Vegas Golden Knights livery, because Allegiant's based in the Las Vegas area. So they have a Golden Knights livery. They also have a Las Vegas Raiders livery, too, and I think they might... We'll see if they do it, but I think they also might do a Las Vegas A's or Athletics livery in addition to that. They also have a few other special liveries that are quite pleasing to look at, honestly, and Allegiant is a little bit more invested in the special liveries than Sun Country is at the moment.
Oh, 2120, right taxi.
Also 2122, runway 17, make a 180, hotel runway 12, right at Alpha 7. Delta 2122, Madison Tower, 126.7, good day.
167, number a day, 2122, yep.
So it looks like because the winds have gotten a little bit stronger, I think that is going to bring about more takeoffs on the parallel runways, because I think now there's a little bit of a tailwind component that exists on the west runway. So we're going to get another departure here. So we're starting to see a little bit more of the departures shift over to 30 left.
Wind 32010 and 30 left, good line. Good line, 30 left.
So the next METAR update, we'll see the data reflect the latest ATC wind updates. So I think we might have, let me just check the radar here real quick. I think there might be some rain starting to move through, or at least the front is starting to move through, because I know that
Delta
did get a fair bit windier here over the last couple of minutes.
Delta 2122, Minneapolis, start Alpha 7, cross my 30 left, turn right on whiskey.
Cross 30 left at Alpha 7 right on whiskey, Delta 2122.
Delta 2122, that's the flight that I'll be taking with Logan and John when we leave for Los Angeles. So I think that is Delta 2122, and according to flight radar, it is. So there is Delta 2122. They are going to Los Angeles.
Delta 2122 on whiskey, cross runway 4.
Cross runway 4 on whiskey, Delta 2122.
Delta 2941, flying heading on 30 right, close takeoff.
So they are going to cross the south parallel runway just ahead of our next arrival.
Delta 2941, I got nobody on final, runway 30 right, line up point, advise me ready.
So that'll be a Delta flight from Portland. Flight 2167 will be our next touchdown on 30 left. So there you go. The wind data changing with a 320 heading. It's blowing a little stiffer now. Now, the winds are expected to start picking up as we work later into the evening, which should make for a nice, action-packed ending to our show. We are not near the ending at all. Just want to clarify. All right, here's Delta 2167 coming in from Portland.
We're to push for 17, Delta 2268.
So it looks like they still might use the west runway. Whoa. Nice touchdown. Looked like they were a little bit floaty there on the arrival in.
Push back your discretion, runway 30 right.
I think they may have been leaning to one side a little bit, but that's okay. Excellent job.
Got 3912 Minneapolis ground, runway 30 right, taxi to Papa. And micro to your left, right on the street,
3666. Airborne time 8 to 11, time now 59, so it'll be just maybe a minute or two.
So there we go, 320, now 10 knots sustained.
And ground, this is Delta 2167, Alpha 8.
So the wind data is collected about every hour. And so it'll update just before the top of the hour. So the weather data that you see on the bottom is live. And the weather data that we are currently getting is the weather data that is from direct from the NOAA, which is for this particular weather station here at the 12 right end of the south parallel runway. So the data that's being fed to the bottom of the screen is being collected from that weather station that we have currently in view. So we still have quite a few arrivals that are due in here. We got Delta 605 from Mexico City. So they're a little ways out. And Delta 2271. They're on the downwind from Denver at the moment. Delta 1888 is also inbound on the descent from Cancun, Mexico. Okay, everybody, I think I know what we're going to do here.
2107 Minneapolis ground, push back your discretion, but I want you to push back.
So I know that I've kind of been hinting at it throughout the show today.
I've got one that wants to park there, so push back behind Fox 16 on the Delta.
Well, we have a special preview that we want to share. And with things starting to slow down just a little bit, there are some inbound arrivals that will kind of be making their way in here the next couple of minutes. I also want to try and get it in at a decent time.
Down Delta 574, okay.
Sorry, which one was ready for taxi?
Delta 574, Golf Golf.
Delta 574, and a 30 right, taxi via Bravo, Charlie, Papa.
Bravo, Charlie, Papa, 30 right, 574. Jet 10 and a 30 left, the line.
Delta 1683,
Go to 1683, runway 17, taxi via Alpha to Alpha 3, hold short of runway 30 left. Go to 1683, monitor. Actually, looks like there's a little bit of a wind shift out the 1683. Can you still accept 17?
Jaden, thanks for the update. Yes, I know. It is super cool.
Okay, before I bring you all the way over there.
So I went in our MSP spotting Discord. If you got photos of MSP, put them in there. Love to see it.
Pretty glad I asked the Delta 1683, runway 30 left.
Wally, that's a good question. I actually don't know the answer to that one, but that'd be good to look up in the interim between our show today and maybe the next show on Tuesday. Nice. Optimistic Mountain Landscape says, I do have the model of the U of M Sun Country plane. That's awesome. I have yet to get mine. I have a 1-200 diecast model of 842 Sierra Yankee in the Tide Pod livery. I don't have the model of Gopher Pod yet, which I kind of need to do and get that.
2268, taxi negative 179.
Appreciate that. That's 2268. Runway 30 left for departure. I'll get you moving here in just 1 second while you switch around the numbers around.
2268. That's 39 full turn right hand 360, contact departure. Gravity, Delta 605 on Charlie, looking to get a call 1.
So the 605 Minneapolis ground taxi speed, Alpha to the gate.
Okay, everybody, so I think it's time. What we're going to do now, so if you are tuned out for a second, tune back in because we're going to show a special preview. And I've been working on this for about a few weeks. We'll have the full version up on the channel at some point within the next few days. Here's a special preview that we're about to show.
Roger, advise when you're started and warmed up. We'll just need about it.
So it'll just be a second before we get that queued up, and we are about ready to start. Okay, thanks for your patience. Had to go do something here real quick. Okay. I know I'm kind of prolonging this, but here we go, everybody. Are we guys ready for this sneak peek preview at what's to come on MSP Airport Live?
The entire aviation force is looking forward to it.
So it's happening in less than a week. We will be in Los Angeles. So our official hype trailer is, of course, as you can see, is ready. So big thank you to our assistant producer, Logan Justice, for teaming with me on that project. Marcus, yes, there is a Discord link below. In fact, we'll put a little thing on the screen for you. So yeah, we do have a MSP spotting Discord for those interested in all things MSP Aviation. We post some flight alerts, photos that we happen to take while out spotting, videos. We talk about gear that we spot with if we do any photos or videos, update each other on important flights, special liveries, and all that. And it's a really wonderful community. So there are great people on there. They're interested in all things MSP Aviation. So yeah, check it out in the link below.
Delta 18, off at runway 4, going to Golf 9.
Delta 1888 Minneapolis ground taxi via Alpha, just make sure it's open for me, please.
Alpha, we'll give them a call, thanks.
The left on runway 17, left at kilo 8. On the right, turn to whiskey. I'll have one for you there.
Left on 17, left
Thanks,
kilo 8,
Maddie.
whiskey,
Could not have done it without the assistance of our assistant producer, Logan Justice. He had a trip to Los Angeles back in 2022. Had a lot of great spotting catches that he had on video and said, hey, should do a trailer for it. I said, you know what? Probably a good idea. So we spent quite a bit of time working on that.
1683 Minneapolis
Super
Tower.
fun.
Turn left heading 280 and 30 left, cleared for takeoff.
DJ Phantom Fan, thanks so much. Yeah, I wanted the trailer to be nice. So in this case, teamwork made the dream work on that. We'll have the full 4K version up for you at some point, maybe later this weekend.
3666, unfortunately the runway change, going to move your time back a little bit now off the ground 23 to 26, time now is 11.
Copy, off the ground 23 to 26.
Now, I'm wondering if we are going to get a departure here off 30 left. It kind of looks like it here, and we will. Because where the winds are at this particular moment in time, I think would certainly warrant the use of all arriving and departing traffic on the parallels.
6.7.
Ground tower 26.7 for Sun Country 1637.
Country 1637, would you like 30 left for departure or go right?
Let's go right for Sun Country 1637.
1637, come to that traffic, will be holding in position at Delta, cross runway 30 left.
Elizabeth Ortiz, so great to see you today. Says, I'm looking so forward to the LAX edition. I can't wait. I can't wait either because Delta keeps track of how many days left before check-in, and I just keep checking in on that number, and it just gets closer and closer and closer. It's going to be here before we know it.
Disregard the Sun Country as your sequence, and just be a number 1 at the end.
Alright, all the way to Ambercare 3666.
B0 left.
All right, so we are ready. So we are ready for some more departures here.
Come up heading 280 and a 30 left for your sport takeoff.
Nice. We got Delta 2268 headed to Fort Myers with the 757.
12 miles, dog legs, final on a 30 left on a
Boy, I'll tell you, it's starting to get chilly out here. So you have an E175 for United Express that was headed to 17 for departure, but they had a change of plans, and I think they're going to send them off the South Parallel instead. Just because we've had a change in the winds and in the intensity.
position, wind 350 at 12 and a 30 left, clear to land. 2268, I'm heading 260, contact departure. 260 departure.
Listen to the roar on that 757 departure. Wow.
30 left, clear for takeoff.
Oh, well, that's some Pratt & Whitney music for you. I think our data at the screen is starting to freak out a little bit here.
.2488 Minneapolis ground, push back your discretion, runway 30 right.
There we go. So there's no way it was 0 knots.
2488, repass correct.
Delta 2107, Schmupp heading 260, contact departure.
1260, departure number 2107, back.
So they are headed to Santa Ana, California. All right, we got a A220 with a sporty takeoff. I'll miss the 717s when the A220s completely displace the 717s out of the Delta fleet. It's going to be a while before that happens, but if there's one thing I have not gotten tired at all of seeing the A220s. Coming up here in about 15 minutes, we're going to have Iceland Air departing to Reykjavik.
Delta 2385, ready to taxi.
And then shortly after, we are going to be awaiting the departure of Delta 162 Heavy, if it's on time, to Amsterdam with the A330-900 Neo.
Minneapolis Tower, wind is 340 at 10, fly heading 300 and a 30 right, clear for takeoff. 1101 right at Charlie, contact ground point 9. Charlie, point 9, Delta 1101. Ground Delta 1101, pulling up for Charlie for D2.
Delta 1101 Minneapolis, contact D via Charlie, Quebec.
Charlie, Quebec, Delta 1101. So I got 2 more arrivals, and I'll get you out of here. And you have a tower, wind is 340 at 10, runway 30 left, clear to land. Sun Country 1637, contact departure, have a great day.
Sun Country departing off the north parallel. Let's see where they're going to. They're off to Seattle. Delta 368 is our next arrival on the south parallel. Runway 30 left, coming in from Palm Springs. So next departure that we have in the queue for the south parallel runway is Republic Flight 3666 to Chicago O'Hare, call sign of Brickyard. So initially they taxied to the west side of the field. They were going to depart on 17, but the winds were blowing strong enough where it kind of took that out of the equation, where there's more of a tailwind now, a pretty strong tailwind for 17, which means that 17 departures are now closed. So the departures are going to have to stick to the parallels here because we got wind that is blowing pretty much down the pipe for 30 left and 30 right at the moment. So winds right now are blowing at about 10 knots sustained at the last weather aerodrome update. Heading of 320.
Tower
1888, Minneapolis Tower, wind is 340 at 10, traffic's 2 out, traffic will hold in position, number 30 left, clear to land.
230 left, Tower 1888.
So our Republic flight is going to be holding short here for just a little while longer. So we do have an inbound arrival from Punta Cana. Sun Country 746, and behind them, United 1888 from Chicago O'Hare.
Number 1519, Victor, Minneapolis.
The rain continues to stay off to our west.
30 left, taxi gear whiskey 151 out of it.
So it might be until after dark that we might be able to get some rain around here. I mean, boy, Twin Cities area has really needed some rain. Yeah, and it's certainly gotten some this week. And it's going to get some rain on Monday. It is going to be rainy on Monday.
Brickyard 3666, wind 340 at 10, traffic is at a 5-mile final, 737, or my 30 left, mile from way. Seventy 746, turn left at Delta towards the gate, contact ground point, enter. West on Delta, ground point 9, Sun Country 740.
All right, and it's another one of Sun Country 737, 900 yards. There's only a handful of them in the fleet. And that, of course, is due in part to the fact that this aircraft type is just so new for Sun Country.
Full length, just based on how the traffic is right now. So taxi full length runway 30
So I'll tell you what, the best looking 737-900ERs around here belong to the hometown airline, Sun Country.
Frequency 126.7, he'll call you.
So as this livery gets gradually phased out with the Allegiant merger, I'm going to really miss seeing it. This is one of my favorite liveries that any low-cost carrier has ever done.
Which gate are you pushing back from?
That and the Spirit's so-called Skittles livery was my other favorite.
746, they're pushing Hotel 6, so taxi via Delta to Hotel 7. We'll see ya.
Delta to 7, have a good night. Sun Country 746.
So there's United from O'Hare. So there's Brickyard, the call sign for Republic, headed to Chicago, and we will swing around the other direction to get the inbound United arrival from O'Hare.
Left 260 over departure. Have a good one. Brickyard 3666.
Delta 2385, you have the tower, nobody on final, 30 left, line up anyway.
To the left, line up, wait, Delta 2385.
So United has dispatched one of their 737-900ERs on this particular flight today from Chicago O'Hare. November 66828 is the registration.
Any right turn available, contact ground point 9, good day.
Ground point 9, right turn here at 1880. Okay to use the off-duty?
Yep, that is one of the any.
Roger.
Go to which?
Delta 2385, turn left heading 280 and a 30 left, cleared for takeoff.
United 1888, taxi runway 4, Quebec.
So line up the way, caution by service, lead 320 departing.
All right, thanks for the update, RJ. Delta 162 Heavy is on time for departure. I think that's them over at Concourse F, if memory serves. Delta CRJ 900, I know who that is. That's David Booth. How are you doing today, David? Doing fantastic today. Today was actually a lot more pleasant than I initially thought it was going to be. Excited to be on plane spotting today.
Left heading 260, contact departure.
Left heading 260 over to departure, Delta 2335.
2488, contact departure.
Also, thanks, David, for the kudos. Yeah.
1519 Victor.
It's been a good day today so far. Glad you're enjoying everything as usual.
Departed straight out off the parallel. Make a right downwind departure towards South St. Paul. Your discretion. Number 30 left, cleared for takeoff.
So 2931 Minneapolis Tower, push back your discretion, and the wind shifted, so plan runway 30 left for departure.
Okay, I'll go come on 30 left for departure, Delta 2931.
So coming up later tonight, everybody, stick around for our runway recap. We're going to talk about some of the highlights from today.
Protect 6, you can tow up to, hold short of, runway 30 left.
Short of 30 left, Super 6.
Super Tug 6, monitor tower 126.7.
Monitor tower 126.7, Super 6.
Traffic, you can go direct to South St. Paul. That'll be just fine, and right turn at your discretion.
Right turn at our discretion, cross parallel runway and direct to South St. Paul, 1519 Victor. Thanks so much for having us.
Super Tug 6, Minneapolis Tower at Charlie, cross runway 30 left. And let's go Charlie, Charlie 5 into Fox 15. Monitor point out.
Cross runway 30 left. Charlie, Charlie 5, Fox 15. Monitor point down.
Look at that. How about some general aviation action here at the big airport?
Flying out towards the east, about 2,000 or at about 2,000 feet, just took off the 3 left a second ago. They will stay north of your position at all times. Wind 350 at 10 and a 30 left, clear to land.
30 left, clear to land, 3320.
So this is a Cessna 172M Skyhawk.
Traffic, joining at 10 mile final 30 left out of 4,000.
It's a 52-year-old Skyhawk built in 1974. According to the information on the registration, November 1519er Victor.
19 Victor.
Victor, traffic 10 miles southeast of the airport, 737 is sending out of 4,000 for 30 left. Just stay north of the parallels, direct to South St. Paul, will be just fine for you.
North of parallels, direct to South St. Paul. Thanks again, 1519 Victor.
656, request.
Sir 656, runway 30 left. I don't know if you have access to the... No, it doesn't look like you have access to the taxi off the left. Make the right turn out.
Sun Country is blocking up.
Whiskey, runway 30 left.
Right on Charlie, 1 Charlie, Whiskey, 30 left, that's 6.
Icelandair 656 is pushed back from Terminal 2. They'll be departing 30 left tonight, back for Reykjavik. Also, still to come, Delta 162 to Amsterdam with the A330-900. Continually showing on time for departure tonight. So after we get those two departures, we'll have our runway recap and
One Victor at 737 traffic.
I think after that, in about maybe 40 minutes from now, we will call it a wrap on the Saturday edition of MSP Airport Live.
Have a good day.
Maintain visual separation, Squawk CFR, radar service terminated, and exit the Bravo to the east to South St. Paul. Thanks for having us, 1519 Victor.
Southwest 3323 inbound from Chicago Midway with the MAX 8s. Will be our next arrival. I also did want to bring this up from earlier, so big thanks to Richard for the $20 super chats. And this, of course, goes into the mosquito sighting that we had earlier. There's a swarm of them around where I was. I think they kind of vanished now that the wind picked up. So Richard saying hello from O'Hare in Chicago Midway. Strongly suggest bringing citronella candles sprinkled heavily with minced garlic to fight the mosquitoes when you're out at the MSP aircraft viewing area. Mosquitoes carry disease. That is certainly no fun. But thanks so much, Richard, for the $20 super chat, as well as the advice on the candles as well. David says, doing good. Busy. Less than 2 months till the games. Finished my 27-mile fundraising walk last week. You have to be tired after that. That is amazing. Thanks for sharing that, Daniel. So we actually, or David, I'm sorry. So David is with Special Olympics Minnesota. It was a pleasure getting to talk with him and learn a little bit more about what's going on with Special Olympics Minnesota, especially with the USA Games. There's going to be a big airlift over at Holman Field to get the athletes competing in those USA Games for Special Olympics Minnesota. a nice, sweet ride over to those games. It's going to be a big undertaking, and they need volunteers. So Icelandair, in the meantime, they are finally rolling out towards the runway to depart.
Runway 30 left, taxi via Delta Alpha.
So our Icelandair flight on this Saturday gets a notable tag, and they are going to be making their way to the threshold. They'll be there in about a few minutes. So here's our Southwest flight from Chicago Midway. So nobody immediately behind them. Southwest, they're going to take their time exiting the south parallel runway.
The Grand Southwest 3323 for Hotel 10. How you doing?
South 3323 Minneapolis ground, taxi via Delta to the gate. Have a good one.
Delta to the gate, do the same. Southwest 3323.
David says, funny enough, I wasn't tired. I actually wanted to play some basketball. Oh, wow. A lot more energy than I have, especially after doing something like that. And by the way, you're welcome for the shout out, and thank you for the best wishes as we go out to LA. It's going to be a fun time. We're going to be working with our friends Peter and Josh from LA Flights. So there's been some coordinating behind the scenes as well as to what's going to happen. So we know exactly when and where we're going to be. The when is going to be around maybe a noon Pacific time start to around 1 p.m. is what we're aiming at. But the where is to be determined when we are on the ground in LA. I mean, we're going to try and make it out to Imperial Hill as well as Economy. So Economy catches all of the north side fun on the 2-4. So 2-4 left and 2-4 right on the north end. Imperial Hill is great for the departures, especially all the cargo action at LAX on the 2-5s on the south side of the airport.
0656, Minneapolis Tower, and 30 left, line up and wait.
Carter Hammond, thanks so much for tuning in today. Says I saw you today at around 5. All right, looks like I've been spotted. Well, feel free to stop by and say hello. Don't hesitate at all to bother me.
South 3946, turn right, contact ground point in.
Turn right, over to Grand South 3946.
Bill Utah, thanks so much for tuning in today. Since I used to own a 1979 Cessna
656, turn right, heading
172, great plane except the engine.
Wind 360 at 10.
Yeah, I'm more of a fan of the Piper Cherokee.
3946 Minneapolis ground, where are you
Or
parking?
even some of the Cirrus aircraft.
31 Minneapolis Tower, traffic's running a 12-mile final, wind 360 at 10, and a 30 left on a point. Correct, 3931, line up and wait, future left. Negative, everything all stays the same. 27 at 31, turn left heading 280, runway 30 left, cleared for takeoff. Delta 2327, Minneapolis Tower, wind 360 at 12, runway 30 left, clear to land. Delta 2327, clear to land, 30. Right there, 656, heading 360, contact departure.
Heading 360, departure, I-36, 565.
Delta 131, continue left turn heading 260, contact departure at 310.
Heading 260 over to departure, Delta 2931. Thank you. Good day.
Play 125, against tower, wind is 010 at 12, gust 19er, runway 30 left, clear to land. Delta 2125, currently a 5, general overtake of traffic 3.5 minutes.
So RJ also letting us know that the Wild and the Stars game went to overtime. So if you know anything about the channel, and me in particular, I am a huge hockey fan.
That's 4040 Minneapolis.
So my primary team is the Detroit Red Wings, and we had flashes of greatness, but missed out on the playoffs again. So I was a little bummed about that, but was excited that the Wild were doing well. But not as of recent. They are really struggling against Dallas, and Jake Ottinger, the starting goalie for Dallas, has just had a career last game. Had a career game 3 against the Minnesota Wild. So the Wild had a lot of different shots on goal in double overtime, but they just coughed up they coughed up the victory, and they were leading
Where do you park?
3-2 late in the third period.
So 2327, taxi via Delta, Quebec.
Delta, Quebec, Delta 2327.
So unfortunately, things not looking too well for the Minnesota Wild. They are struggling against division rival Dallas. Boy, and I'll tell you, that'd really be disappointing because it felt like a special team this year, more special than any of the other Wild groups that have made the playoffs in the past.
There's another copy that. Wind is 360 at 10 and a 30, Christian 360 at 10 plus 19er. Only 30 left to left. Delta 125, any right turn, contact ground point 9. Have a good day.
RJ says, go
Make
Bolts.
sure you don't block pop-up.
Referring to the Tampa Bay Lightning. RJ was a season ticket holder for the Tampa Bay Lightning for a long time.
So 2327, amend the instructions, taxi via Delta, pop-up to gate now.
Delta, Papa, Delta 2125, clearing at Charlie, Gate Fox 8.
So 2125, Minneapolis, ground. That one, I think, is occupied, but you can taxi via Alpha for now and just let me know what it looks like.
Alpha will let you know what it looks like, Delta 2125. Yeah, Delta 2327, just wanted to make sure that we were parking Charlie.
13 now, Delta 2327, roger that. Yep, continue Delta Papa still. There's going to be a pushback in the way on Quebec, so Pop will be fine. That one's open for you?
Yeah, that one's open. Okay, perfect. Delta Papa, we'll keep an eye out for the pushback. Delta 2327.
Appreciate you checking on it for me.
Yeah, no problem.
While you're checking, can you just go a little bit further
All
forward?
right, so I'm going to go ahead and check in on the progress of our departing A330 902 AMS Delta 162 Heavy. 406 Delta X-Ray is the registration on our A330 900 Neo. And in fact, the one that we're looking at right now in the live picture at Fox 14 at F Concourse, this is it. So this is Delta 162 Heavy. So I also see that they have the belt loader that is currently attached to the aircraft, as well as they have a scissor lift, a pallet loader there, I think, or whatever it's called. So I'm starting to question the departure time at 7:50 for Delta 162. All right, here's our next inbound arrival. So this is SkyWest that comes to us from Houston.
Scout 4040, runway 30 right, taxi via Papa. So 1356 Minneapolis ground, push back your discretion, runway 30 left. Denver 4925 Minneapolis ground, push back your discretion, runway 30 right.
Scout 3700, turn right, point able, contact ground, point 9er. I will take Charlie, ground point 9, SkyWest, 3700.
So Delta 1356. Before you unhook, any chance the crew will be able to pull you up past box 5? They want to push also.
Yeah,
Appreciate that. Delta 2918. Company's pushing off box 1. Just let them clear your tail to the top of the alley before you push. After that, push back to your discretion. Runway 30 right.
Delta 2918 will let the box 1 push clear our tail, then push for 60 right.
Scott 3700 Minneapolis ground. Taxi via Charlie Papa. What's the gate today?
Charlie Papa, Parkin, Charlie 23, Scout 3700.
Appreciate that. Delta 1484 Minneapolis ground. Push back your discretion for runway 30 right.
Push out discretion 30 right, Delta 1484.
So 2125, is it still going to be Fox 8? They're pushing it right now.
Affirmative, Delta 2125, yeah, Fox 8.
Okay, we'll see how much room there is, Delta 2125, and see if we can get you in before they leave. We'll see how they push though.
Okay, do you want us to stay here for now, or move up, or go somewhere else?
I think you're okay right now, Delta 2125. Delta 2846 Minneapolis ground, push back your discretion, runway 30 left.
I have a Mobile 1, hold short, runway 12 left, 30 right, just have one departure.
There's a look at the aircraft viewing area. Still quite a few folks here late this evening.
14, runway 30 right, back to via Papa.
Enjoying the live plane spotting views with so good to have you on board today.
Gate Delta 6 in front of you, please.
Okay, take it top right.
But yep, pop out of the gate and just let the Airbus come off Delta 6 in front of you. You'll see him off the right side here as you make the corner. Thanks, Delta 2418 Minneapolis ground, push back your discretion, runway 30 right. Delta 2418 Minneapolis ground, do not block pop-up, push back your discretion, runway 30 right. The 2418, thanks. Make sure you do not block pop attack.
All right, looks like Delta 162 has been buttoned up.
Super Tug 6. Well, they're supposed to be pushing Charlie 9 also, so you're gonna wait for an Embraer to pass on pop.
So it looks like Delta 162 is getting pretty close to push back for Amsterdam. We're looking at Delta 162 headed to AMS. So this will be our finale for tonight.
Delta 2125, do you know if they want to get you into the gate now off their nose, or do they want you to wait for them to leave?
I don't know right now, Delta 2125.
Just find a way for them to leave, Delta 2125. If you hear different, let me know.
That's fine.
All right, everybody. So while we wait for Delta 162 to push back to Amsterdam, we're going to recap the other highlights from today with our runway recap. It's going to be a little bit shorter just because there's not as many interesting things on a Saturday. One of the reasons that we got out here today was just to take advantage of the nicer weather, the fact that it wasn't extremely windy for once. And I wanted to mix things up and do it on a weekend show. So we're going to get into our runway recap right now. So here's kind of what the highlights look like from today. We had quite a few highlights. So we had 160 heavy went to AMS. And then 165 behind it. Back-to-back heavy started the program. And look here as 165 made its entrance with the A330neo. Ride the bike a little bit. A little aerodynamic braking as it came in. The airport then flipped around from the 12s to the 30s. And UPS 55, 68 arriving with the 767 from Louisville, Kentucky. It would be a full send for UPS. They used up pretty much all 10,000 feet of runway 30 left. The Delta 170 arriving from Seoul, South Korea with the queen of the fleet. Had a nice touchdown on runway 30 left. It's been a little while since we've had ops on the 30s featured on MSP Live, but look at that smooth landing. And then we got a nice surprise from the C-130, part of the Flying Vikings that was off to the west side of the field to depart runway 17, and they taxied on Mike and then Whiskey in front of us. This doesn't happen too often, so we were stoked to see that the Hercules Gave us a close taxi, so there you go. Flying Vikings. Then Delta 258 thundered into the air, bound for Dublin with an ex-Northwest A330-300 and had a little bit of a growl to it as the Pratt & Whitney engines propelled this huge aircraft into the sky over 300,000 pounds at takeoff. And we also had some general aviation action, too. You don't see this too often. How about this? The 1970s built Cessna 172 Skyhawk getting airborne off the south parallel runway. This is probably my favorite highlight of the day other than the C-130. So some good prop action today, too. And then recently Icelandair 656 getting airborne for Reykjavik. And so that was earlier around 7:30. They had a nice on-time departure. There you go. That's a look at our runway recap for tonight.
So 2125, taxi into the gate at the tail of the outbound. We'll see ya.
Delta 2125, thank you.
So Delta,
you're just waiting for the, what is that, a 321 to clear your tail on Delta. Once they do, push back your discretion for runway 30 left.
Okay, wait for the 321, then push approved for 30 left, Delta 162.
Delta 924, wait for company to park Fox 8, then push back your discretion for runway 30 right.
After the company
well, there you go. Their beacon is on.
So 1356, roger, I'll fly back.
So Delta 162 Heavy, we're going to stick around and catch it here. It's well within our window of time to be out. So we get one more Heavy departure here before it is time for us to say goodbye. So for those of you that are still with us here tonight on this Saturday night, our next broadcasts, we're looking at Tuesday and Wednesday next week. So Plane Posse, get the word out, as we will be back in action on Tuesday and Wednesday. Tuesday and Wednesday are busy, especially Wednesday. So we're also looking at a possible Thursday or Friday show in the mix somewhere in there next week.
30 left, Charlie 5, Charlie Alpha,
Delta 29.
All right, Delta 162 has now pushed for Amsterdam.
Delta 1484 behind the CRJ heading to your right. Continue via Papa, runway 30 right.
CRJ, Papa, 162 right, Delta.
Kevin 3066, for Amsterdam, runway 30 right, front of runway.
The Alpha. Sun Country 8711 Minneapolis ground. You're ready. Taxi, runway 30 right. Taxi via Lima, November, Sierra, Mike. Cross runway 4 and hold short of runway 30 left on Mike.
Under 30 right, November, Sierra, Mike, cross runway 4, hold short of runway 30 left on Mike, and for runway 17.
Delta 1356, make the left on Bravo, join Alpha, beam Alpha 7.
Alright, left at Bravo, and then we'll join Alpha Delta 1356.
38711, unable runway 17, it's not in use currently. Endeavor 5489, Minneapolis ground runway 30 right, taxi via Papa, join behind a 73, passing your tail. Give way to the exiting CRJ.
Give way to the exiting CRJ, Endeavor 5527.
Delta 2846, give way to the Airbus from the left on Delta. 4972, Minneapolis Ground, next departure to runway 4, Papa.
4 to Papa.
Endeavor 4934.
Cam the Fisherman, how you doing? Thanks for tuning in on this Saturday. This is High MSP Live. Well, hey Cam, great to see you.
Ground Sun Country 8711, just want to confirm what's cleared across runway 17.
Jaden, thanks for the heads up. The no titles paint job is coming in on 30 left. Is that the Sun Country Kona Express?
Roger, clear across runway 17, then November Sierra Mike, and hold short of 30 left, Sun Country 8711.
Delta 2418, Minneapolis Town, runway 30 right, bottom of noise.
Oh, it's a departure. Okay. I was looking at the arrival and I'm like, there's no Kona Express arriving. And I looked at Flight Radar. It's on the west side of the field. I think they're getting ready to come this way.
Delta 2733, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 30 right.
Stay with me. Scout 3066, turn right, 360, kind of departure.
Delta 8711, amend the taxi, continue via Sierra, runway 4, hold short, runway 30.
Did you hear that deep rumble off in the distance? That's one of the Trent 7000 engines spooling up. They're starting the engines on Delta 162, currently in view, headed to Amsterdam.
Delta 924.
You can hear the engine startups just a little bit better when they are starting up near Concourse F because it's a little bit closer to the viewing area relatively. The sound has also been carrying quite well today. Cam, yes, it has been a nice day for plane spotting despite the gloomy, overcast conditions. I think the big thing for today is that we dodged the precipitation that has been lingering off to our west, so we're expecting the possibility of some showers to move through the area, but that just never happened.
Delta 162, have your runway 30 left, taxi via Alpha, join behind the C-Series, ahead to your right.
Alright, 30 left the Alpha, and the other C-Series, Alpha 162.
Yep, Jaden taxiing from West Cargo is our Kona Express, Sun Country 737 with no titles. So it's headed back out to Los Angeles. It'll be interesting to see when we go out to LAX if we're able to catch the Kona Express during our live spotting shows out in Los Angeles at all. It'd be kind of cool. Oh. Oh. I see Kona Express.
Delta 924 behind the heavy, continue via Bravo, Delta Papa, runway 30 right.
Bravo, Delta Papa behind the company jet, Delta 924.
There it is, everybody. So that's what we refer to as the Kona Express for Sun Country. It's an aircraft that's based out west in LA. Occasionally comes to the Twin Cities for maintenance or other work to be performed on the aircraft.
Secretary 8711, Monitor Tower 126.7.
Monitor Tower 267, Secretary 8711.
So it's an unusual thing to see here at MSP when it does come in. And it looks like it'll also be heading back out too. You know what? We're going to catch the Kona Express. In addition to Delta 162 headed to Amsterdam Schiphol, which by the way is now in motion. It's taxiing on Alpha to depart runway 30 left.
Cut 4129, runway 30 right, taxi via Papa. Endeavor 5253, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 30 left.
So we're going to see where the Kona Express goes here. It looks like they're kind of waiting to cross the south parallel. There's a chance I think they might want to take the north side for departure.
Stop, runway 30 left on runway 4, and then runway 4 to Papa, Sun Country 8711.
Okay, so it looks like the Kona Express, they're going to get shuffled to the north side, and that's to help distribute the departures in combination with the increased inbound arrival traffic, because with the way that the winds are right now, 010 at 10 knots, and no use of the west runway to help handle departures and alleviate the congestion, air traffic control has to find the best way to divvy up the departures mixed in with the arrivals to try and keep things moving. And you can see here, and I will use the term from our friends over at LAX, we have a plane installation that's formed now for the south parallel. We have not one, not two, not three, but 4 inbound arrivals. How cool is that? Yeah, towards sundown we will have that vantage point. They're pretty closely spaced together. So the good news for Delta 162 Heavy and the aircraft that's ahead of it is that the arrivals are pretty closely spaced together. So I think they might want to wait until this next fresh batch of arrivals comes in. Oh.
Delta 1306, Minneapolis, reduced to minimum. Traffic will hold in position. Wind 36011, runway 30 off quarter.
I thought for a second that they may go around because the spacing was getting really close. That Delta Airbus was taking their sweet time exiting the south parallel.
Sun Country 8711, let the 73 join in front of you.
Alright, we'll look up join.
Okay, so I'm guessing it's going to be probably 2 more arrivals here before Delta 162 and others depart MSP. So the Kona Express has gone to the north side.
Via Papa, join behind a Sun Country from the left.
So ATC is sending them to the north side because there are already 2 aircraft that are bidding for departure on our side of the field on 30 left. And that heavy is going to require more spacing in between the next arrival because of the wake turbulence. And because the airport operations are condensed down onto 2 runways, and it's getting busy here at around 8:05 Central, makes absolute total sense why they would send them to the north side. So ATC doing a fantastic job of handling the traffic, but per usual. We have some amazing controllers here at MSP that make it look easy, especially when operations go into this kind of a traffic flow where,
you should see them here in about
boy, they make their money's worth, I'll tell you what.
Skywards 162 Foxtrot, Minneapolis, runway 38, taxi via Papa in sequence.
Oh, there's another arrival in sequence here. Look at that.
Runway 30 left, line up headway. 30 left.
Okay, so they're going to try and get the Delta 737 that is ahead of our departing heavy here on the runway for departure. So everybody's got to be pretty snappy here.
Delta 2264, turn right at Charlie, contact ground on point 9. Delta 1356, wind 340 at 905, runway heading, runway 30 left. Clear for takeoff. Down, continue to slow, traffic will hold a position, wind 340 at 900, runway 30 left, quarter left.
All right, here we go. Here's that next departure. So, like clockwork, they are on the roll ASAP. This is Delta 1356.
Runway 30 left, taxi via Quebec, Charlie.
Departing for Columbus, Ohio.
2866 minutes ground, taxi departing via
Endeavor 5527 Minneapolis Airport, traffic 4.5 miles final, runway 30 left, final runway. Delta 1356, turn left heading 260, contact departure. 260, contact departure, Delta 1356.
So Delta 1306 is now arriving from Chicago O'Hare. So we'll see if Endeavor 5527 to Knoxville, Tennessee will line up with the runway, and it looks like that it is going to be their turn to go here in just a little bit. So we are staking it out here until the departure of Delta 162.
Delta 1306, just clearing out Delta, we're going to Fox 1.
Delta 1306, we have ground taxi departing via Delta.
Delta depart, 1306.
So right now, it looks like on flight radar that there is maybe one more arrival on short final, and that would be Sun Country Airlines from ADW. That would be Camp Springs.
United 2076, Minneapolis Air, 6 miles and 073. Traffic will hold in position. Wind 320 at 10, runway 30.
That CRJ just departed the north side.
30 left, yeah, 2076.
And I mean just started their takeoff roll here. And they just rotated. We're going to stay with the arrival here from Camp Springs, our Sun Country flight, but boy, I'll tell you, it was getting pretty close to go-around territory. We've already had one go-around today. It was an A220-300 that went around, actually. So I would have included that at our runway recap, but unfortunately I could not get to the... I couldn't get the replay set up fast enough. But that was kind of an interesting... kind of an interesting moment from today. So we're going to have a departure here pretty quick. So you have our next departure to Newark Liberty. Yeah, one more arrival behind them, and then I think they're going to try and sneak out Delta 162 to Amsterdam.
Runway 17, continue via Lima, cross runway 4.
Delta 03, cross 17 Lima, and cross runway 4, Century 89 at 93.
Endeavor 5518, Minneapolis ground, runway 30, taxi via Quebec, Charlie Alpha.
Delta 2963 Minneapolis Tower, 6 intro, Airbus, cautionary turbulence, heavy Airbus, will hold in position. Wind 320 at 11, runway 30 left, quarter line.
30 left,
Delta 2846, turn left heading 260, contact departure.
260 over to departure, Delta 2846.
All right, so we'll get one more arrival here, United 2076 from Denver, and then Delta 162 is going to line up with the south parallel and depart.
Envoy 4159, Minneapolis ground, taxi to parking via Papa Delta. Cross Marine 4.
Papa Delta, call for Envoy 4159, have a good day.
You too. Envoy 4159, turn onto Delta behind opposite direction, CRJ.
Alright, Delta behind the opposite direction, Envoy 4159.
Okay. Good idea.
So I think we might have just one more arrival. One more arrival before Delta 162 gets airborne.
Ground United 2036, clear of 30 left at Delta. We're headed to...
So that'll be Delta 2963 from DCA.
United 2076, Minneapolis ground, taxi parking via
So
Delta.
after this next arrival here, I think Delta 162 is going to go because there's a pretty big break in the inbound arriving traffic after this flight from DCA arrives. That'll be from Washington, D.C. with an Airbus A220-300.
Cars 4035, give way to the American as they make their right turn on Delta.
Minneapolis Tower, runway 30 left, line up and wait. Traffic 10 mile final.
Wait, 30 left, up one. Good. 32.
Delta 2963, turn right at Delta, contact ground point 9er.
Delta ground point 9 or Delta 2963.
So there's our flight from DCA, and now it is time to watch as Delta 162 gets airborne for Amsterdam. And this is the grand finale for tonight, everybody. You're not going to want to miss this.
63, Minneapolis ground, taxi parking via Delta.
Parking via Delta, Delta 2963.
Delta 2313, Minneapolis Tower, contact Turbine, Heavy Airbus in position, wind 320 right 9er, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Marcus, yeah, there's not a whole lot of ambient light at MSP, so nighttime spotting can be more difficult. Even if you got a full-frame sensor camera, it can be a little bit of a stretch. I mean, these are more daytime cameras, and we don't really have any nighttime video gear because there is absolutely no spotting at nighttime whatsoever with the aircraft viewing area. It's closed. All right, here we go. Delta 162 now on the roll for Amsterdam.
Ground, use caution for company parking at Foxtrot 11. Once they're parked, then your push is approved runway 30 right.
All right, after the park at Fox 11, or push approved at 30 right, so Delta 28.
Delta 162 Heavy, turn further right heading 040.
040, Delta 162 Heavy.
Arkin71, thanks so much for the compliment. Says, love this channel. Well, glad you like it.
Contact departure.
Okay, 36 now over to the large shuttle.
Well,
An Embraer that'll be passing off your right in about 40 seconds.
with that departure, that'll just about do it. Hey, Neil, great to see us. Great shot, Alex. Glad I popped in for the grand finale. I know, right?
Delta 2703, Minneapolis ground.
And before we get going, I want to take the time to let you know that our broadcasts are proudly supported by Jet Set Shirts. I got my Jet Set shirts, MD-11T yesterday, loving it. You'll love yours too. Go to jetsetshirts.com to get your aviation swag.
Off your right here now in about 10 seconds.
MSP Airport Live is also proudly supported by the Pilot's Weather Map. Functional, stylish decor for any AvGeek or pilot home. Visit them online at thepilotsweathermap.com. And by DG Pilot, purveyor of gifts for the aviation and travel enthusiasts. Check them out 24/7 at dgpilot.com, or you can visit them in store inside the downtown St. Paul historic Union Depot. Get a lot of aviation collectibles in store to choose from, as well as online. Visit dgpilot.com. DG Pilot, purveyor of gifts for the aviation and travel enthusiast.
Sky 3799, my name is Air Traffic holding in position, wind 330110, runway 30 left, quarter left.
Well, folks, wish that we could be doing some more spotting out here today, but that's all the daylight and the time that we have for this installment of MSP Airport Live. Excited to see you on the next installments on your home for Minnesota's live plane spotting action. For our outstanding team of mods, I'm Alex Redding saying goodnight from Minnesota's Aviation Mecca. We'll see you next week right here on MSP Airport Live. Until then, take care and happy spotting.
Welcome to DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles and More and our St. Paul showroom and warehouse. From the time your order is placed until it is delivered to you, our #1 goal is to provide you with the best customer service experience. That's why we're excited to take you behind the scenes today at our warehouse to provide you an up-close perspective of our model aircraft delivery experience. Our first step in the model aircraft delivery process takes place after your order is received. Our model aircraft delivery specialists will conduct a detailed inspection of your model for quality control to ensure we provide you with the highest quality products. Each specialist begins the inspection by removing the model from the box and performing a visual inspection of the model, checking features such as the wings, landing gear, and antenna, as well as the overall model for defects. After the inspection is complete, your model is reboxed and then prepared for packing. Each model is then bubble wrapped to provide an extra cushion to prevent any damage during shipping. After the bubble wrap process is complete, the model is then boxed for shipping. Our specialist then reconfirms your model is ready for shipping, attaches a shipping label, and then your model is sent out for delivery. We hope that you'll consider DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles for your model aircraft collecting needs. You can order products online at dgpilot.com or visit our St. Paul showroom, where we have hundreds of model aircraft to choose from. From all of us at DG Pilot, thank you for your continued business, loyalty, and support, and happy collecting.